Good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Seoul Olympic Legacy Forum 2024. My name is Kyungmi Kim, and I'm given the honor of being your MC for today's event. The Seoul Olympic Legacy Forum 2024 is being broadcast live on KSBO's official YouTube channel in both English and Korean. And I would like to extend a warm welcome and express my sincere gratitude to all of you joining us today, both in person and online. And I'm eagerly looking forward to the valuable insights and discussions that our esteemed speakers will share. And now let's officially begin the Seoul Olympic Legacy Forum 2024. To start, Session 1 will be led by Professor Won-jae Lee under the theme Future Generations Perspective on the Olympics and Olympic Benefits. Ladies and gentlemen, please give them a warm round of applause. Professor Lee, the floor is now yours. Please.
Ladies and gentlemen, 안녕하세요. I am Professor Lee Won-jae from Kookmin University. First of all, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude of the honor of moderating the first session of Seoul Olympic Legacy Forum 2024. The first session is inviting 5 presenters from 4 countries, Korea, Japan, and China. They will share their unique insights, reflecting on the various effects of the Olympic Games. This is a pivotal session as it offers a platform for young people from across East Asia to contribute to the global discussion on the Olympic legacy. More importantly, it underscores the need to empower future generations who will play a key role in shaping the future of sports and legacy development. Allow me to introduce to you our first speaker, Mr. Jang Hyun-woo. Mr. Jang is a PhD student in sports philosophy at Korea National Sport University. After an accomplished career as a short-track speed skater, he has transitioned into academia, where he applies existentialist philosophy to the study of sports. In today's presentation, Mr. Jang will offer a philosophical interpretation of the Olympic Games, drawing from Heidegger's concept of Zeitlichkeit, or temporality in English. He will explore how individuals can realize their potential within a temporal framework that unites the past, present, and future. To bring this to life, he will examine the integration of digital technology and cultural heritage at the 2024 Paris Olympic Games and discuss how this approach might inspire the hosting of the future Olympic Games. Mr. Jang's study provides a compelling vision for Korea's potential to host the 2036 Olympic Games by merging its advanced technology with its rich cultural heritage. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Jang to the stage.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to present at the International Forum. I'm Hyun-woo Chang from Korea National Sport University. My major is philosophy of physical education and sport. I was short track speed skater for 20 years. That is why I am interested in the Olympic. Now, I'm going to present about the value of the Olympics in Heidegger's concept of temporality. As we know, the 2024 Paris Olympics used digital technology or represent the competition of current athletes in past history. It is the temporal structure that blends culture, heritage, and sport. It enables us new kind of communication. Interpreting this is term of Heidegger's concept of temporality, and I will present the possibility of South Korea bidding for the 2036 Olympics. The Paris 2024 offered a new perspective on the Olympic Games. For example, they utilized their unique culture, heritage, and experience existing stadium in the place. The athlete performance were presented through new digital technologies. It also created to spectators direct and indirect experience. The Paris Olympic had a unified temporal structure, past, present, and future. In other words, this Olympic Games shaped by athletes competing in historic venue with the digital technology, it will introduce new values and created a lasting legacy for future generations. The venue, the Paris Olympics, and the content of Olympic Agenda 2020+5 can be supported based on Martin Heidegger's concept of temporality. Because pressures such as foster sustainable Olympic Games and grow digital engagement with people were written in the Olympic Agenda 2020+5. Before I go further into the argument, let me briefly review Heidegger's concept of temporality. It is referred to the temporal structure of being there. The being there refers to human existence, and temporal structure or temporality referring to time experienced from the perspective of human existence. Heidegger described temporality as a unified phenomenon of future having been presenting. Among these three structures, he saw the future as the most dominant. First, the future is the act of committing oneself toward the ultimate goal of life. Next, the having been does not refer to a past that has simply passed by, but rather to something that already exists, has existed, and continues to act and influence the present. Lastly, the present refers to the mode of existence in which is already revealed in the world, living in the familiarity with entities within the world. Based on this interpretation of temporality, the future of an Olympic athlete means that in each sport he or she is moving toward a goal. This is possibility. Additionally, this is made easier for spectators to understand the game through special digital technology. For example, even a baseball game, a lot of people watch the broadcast on their phones. It means the media allow us to see dynamic of athletes for different perspectives. South Korea is also an expert in incorporating digital technology into sports. In particular, the Korean National Sport University combines sport with digital technology at the forefront of research and education. And having been referred to the present at the athlete in values that utilized that unique cultural heritage of the host country and the history of the Olympic Games. This gives the new meaning and value that is different from the traditional Olympic venues. In preparation for the change, our school, Korean Institute for Olympic Studies, is conducting academic research on social change values and legacies following the Olympic Games in cooperation with researchers and directors. Finally, the present is the world existence that intertwines with the future and the having been, which means the temporality. In other words, temporality is the temporal structure of human purpose, possibility, and already being in the world to engage with multiple players. The meaning and the value of the Olympic is the technology of the future, and the cultures of the past are represented in the same space. This is revealed in the action of the athlete who participate in the Olympic Games. And we are nurturing athletes who can create this meaning at the Korean National Sports University. As these athletes fulfill their dreams at the Olympic Games, we will bring us new meaning and legacy through sport. To summarize, the Paris 2024 Olympics show the possibility that athletes are pursuing through digital technology and provided indirect and an indirect experience for the public and future generations. And Olympic athletes already be present in existing venues and heritage sites. In Heidegger concept of temporality in future and existing venues, Olympic athletes competed against other athletes and other world and value has been created in Paris since 2024 Paris Olympics. The award 2036 is meaningful in that it's Son Ki-jung and Nam Sung-ryung's 100th anniversary of winning of the gold of bronze medal as the first Koreans. So I hope Korea can host the 2036 Olympics to show the world Korea's unique cultural heritage and advanced digital technologies. Let's all hope that Korea can write a new legacy in sports history by hosting the 2036 Olympics and surprise the world even more than the 1988 Seoul Olympics did. That is the end of my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Zhang. For your information, we're going to have Q&A session after all the four presentations. So now, let me introduce Ms. Im Hee-soo and Ms. Ho Jung-yoon, both undergraduate students at Sangmyeong University. Ms. Im Hee-soo is pursuing a degree in English Regional Studies, inspired by the 2024 Paris Olympic Games. She is here today to share the younger generation's perspectives on the future of the Olympics. Through sports, she has embraced the values of fair play and friendship, and she hopes these ideals can be leveraged to foster international peace and cooperation. Ms. Ho Jung-yoon is majoring in Chinese regional studies. Last summer, during the Paris Olympic Games, she visited Beijing for her studies and witnessed the deep enthusiasm of the Chinese people for the Olympics. She also observed the enduring legacies of the Beijing Olympic Games that are still visible throughout the city. Their presentation titled "The Olympic Spirit and the Legacy of Peace" will explore the evolution of the Olympic Games from ancient times and highlight the changes the younger generation envisions for future games. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to Ms. Im Hee-soo and Ms. Ho Jung-yoon.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Hisu An.
I'm Jonghyun.
We are from Sangmyeong University. The title of the presentation is The Olympic Spirit and the Legacy of Peace. Let me start by giving you on contents of today's presentation. First, background and changes required in the future Olympics. Then, future Olympic for peace. Finally, conclusion. Do you know what is the oldest and greatest sporting event in the world? Okay, it is the ancient Olympic Games. First of all, let me deal with the background. The ancient Olympics were not only a sports competition, but also a place to achieve peace through competition. It united the Greek city-states at war. The custom of a truce during the Olympics symbolized the peace, and the competition lasted for 1,169 years. The Olympics combined the religious rituals and competitive spirit. There are major changes in the meaning of the Olympics from ancient, modern, and present Olympics. The ancient Olympics symbolized the peace and unity among Greek city-states. It united the Greeks during the Greco-Persian Wars. The modern Olympics apply the ancient spirit of peace after being revived by Pierre de Coubertin in 1896. And the present-day Olympics continuously contributes to the globalization of sports.
Next, I'm going to make a presentation about some changes required in the future Olympics. First, direction of the future Olympics, balance of commercial factors, and the Olympic spirit of peace. In order to overcome some problems, the future Olympic must establish regulations and policies that emphasize peace and fair competition. We have to coordinate the influence of sponsors and the media. And also, we should develop the future Olympics into a competition that practices global values such as environmental sustainability, respect for human rights, and inclusive participation. Through this, the future Olympics will maintain a balance between commercial factors and the spirit of peace. And it will bring up positive social influence. Second, let me introduce 3 historical examples where the Olympics contributed to promoting international peace. First, in 1971, the table tennis diplomacy. Table tennis diplomacy was an event where sports helped ease the diplomatic conflict between China and the United States. So, the Olympics could play an important role to promote diplomatic exchanges and harmony. And also, in 1992, Barcelona Olympics. As the first competition after the Cold War, the Commonwealth of Independent States participated as a single team. It symbolized that the world can be reconnected beyond ideological conflict. And third, in 2000, Sydney Olympics. When the South and North Korean players entered together, it was a symbolic moment that showed that sports could convey a message of peace and reconciliation. Next topic is about future Olympics for peace. What should we do for the future Olympics? Have you ever thought of a vision of the future Olympics? Okay. A new vision of the future Olympics should be centered on peace. Probably, there are specific goals for the world to practice and promote peace through sports. First, reinforcement of Tregua Olympica. All countries stop hostilities and promote peaceful conversation during the Olympics. Second, peace education and social embracement. We have to learn international solidarity and conflict resolution methods and create an environment where everyone can participate equally. Third, reinforcement of sports diplomacy. The Olympics should provide a place for sports diplomacy that promotes peaceful exchanges and cooperation. Fourth, solidarity with local communities. The Olympics should cooperate with local communities to eliminate economic inequality. The whole world participates in peace and social contribution. Second, the future Olympics should be a peace-building platform for international cooperation and harmony. The future Olympics reinforce a peaceful roles. The future Olympics should be developed into a platform that discusses conflict resolutions through sports diplomacy between conflicting countries and cooperation with international peace organizations based on the Tregua Olympica. And next, as a symbol of equality and inclusion, the Paralympics pursue a society without discrimination and promote international peace and harmony together with the Olympics. And also, the Olympics and the Paralympics, these two competitions provide opportunities to practice the values of peace education and international cooperation to future generations.
There's our conclusion. The future Olympics must maintain balance in commercial success and the spirit of peace. In the future Olympics, we should emphasize environmental sustainability and inclusiveness. The Paralympics and the Youth Olympics should provide opportunities for future generations to train and practice the values of peace, fair competition, and global solidarity. So here's some suggestions for future Olympics. First, reinforcement of Tregua Olympica. All countries should realize peaceful cooperation during the Olympic Games. Second, reinforcement of peace education. We should educate young generation about the values of peace, and the education program should be linked to the Olympic Games. Third, inclusive Olympics. By emphasizing inclusiveness and equality, we need to make an environment where everyone participates equally. Fourth, environmental sustainability. The Olympics should be eco-friendly operation, so that we should try to curb the global climate change. Therefore, we must continue to strengthen its role as a global peace platform that promotes sustainable development in the international community. This is the end of our presentation. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Thank you, ladies. I personally expect very much for the next presentation. My great pleasure to introduce Ms. Haram Minori. She's a PhD student at Chiba University in Japan and a member of the Japan Olympic Academy. Her research and activities focus on the Olympic Games. She has represented Japan at several international Olympic sessions, including the Young Participant Session organized by the International Olympic Academy in 2019 and the Korea Olympic Academy session in 2023, last year. Additionally, she served as an official volunteer at both the 2020 Lausanne YOG and the 2024 Paris Olympic Games. Her exposure to the Olympics in a global setting has sparked her interest in the role of nationalism within the Games as a festival of peace. Currently, while pursuing her PhD at the Graduate School of Chiba University, she specializes in sports sociology with both a national and international focus. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Haram Minori to the stage.
Thank you so much for introducing me, Professor Won Julie. And good morning, everyone. I'm Minori Hara, and I come from Japan. And today, I would like to make a presentation about Tokyo 2020 Olympic legacies. Thank you so much for giving me such a great chance to discuss about it with international presenters. So it's my self-introduction again, so it's already explained a lot. Thank you so much. And it's my name. And yes, and these are the basics of the Tokyo 2020. And Tokyo 2020 was held in 2021 because it was the first game ever to postpone a year in the long modern Olympic histories. But it's called Tokyo 2020. And this game was quite big and almost same size with last games. And there were many athletes, spectators, officials. But the officials from overseas were limited to come to Japan just because of the COVID-19. And the number of officials were almost quarter at the normal. So the impact of COVID-19 was not only for postpone the game for a year. But also, Tokyo Olympic Organizing Committee need to have a special operation for COVID-19 pandemic, and all games were no spectators. Only in Paralympics and Olympics there were few elementary school students could watch the game, but normally it was no spectators. So it was unique and different game. And then the question is, what is Tokyo 2020 Olympic legacy? It is a big question until now, and we need to discuss it about it more. What kind of Olympic legacy that Japan can Japan have with such a unique game? Because Tokyo had many plans, and they planned a lot of things, but they need to cancel many events, and every operation was different. So, before starting to introduce the Olympic legacies of Tokyo 2020, I would like to introduce the Legacy Cube to make it clear what kind of Olympic legacy is it. There are 3 scales: positive or negative, tangible or intangible, and planned or unplanned. I will use it. So, at first, I would like to mention the new sports facilities. It expand the sports accessibility for residents and expand the chance to have international competition after Tokyo 2020, because these facilities are okay to have international level games. It is positive, planned, and tangible legacy. Secondly, the impact of COVID-19 was not only negative, but also positive, because Tokyo could experience the risk operation by making a guidebook and having a test for big amount of people every day. Because no one knows what will happen in the future, and it will be great experience and knowledge to have such kind of the mega sports event or mega events. It is positive, planned, and intangible legacy. Thirdly, I would like to mention about volunteers in Tokyo 2020 as positive, planned, intangible legacy. Because official volunteers in Tokyo 2020 are still recognized as a potential volunteer in Japanese society. There were 2 kinds of volunteer in Tokyo 2020. One is the game volunteer, the other is city volunteer. And game volunteer registered in Bokatsu, which is operated by Japan Foundation, and the city volunteer registered in the Tokyo Volunteer Legacy Network, which is operated by Tokyo Metropolitan City. They can receive information about volunteer and join volunteer anytime continuously. Yes, and from above, I mentioned only positive Olympic legacies, but I also would like to talk about the negative legacies. This is the misogyny word by Mr. Mori. He was a former president of Tokyo, and he said board meetings with a lot of women take time. And it's criticized a lot by Japanese society and media, not only in Japan, but also globally. And finally, he needs to retire his position because of this word. And it was for sure negative, unplanned, intangible legacy. But when people and media criticized this misogyny word, it was possible to refer on the Olympic values, because the word was unacceptable based on Olympic values. Olympic value was introduced to Japanese society, such as local societies, through these actions. It's in my opinion, I think it is one of the most important function of the Olympic Games, that to introduce the Olympic values to the local societies. I could understand it is positive, planned, intangible legacy globally to make it introduce the Olympic values in local society in all games permanently. For these examples of Olympic legacies, misogyny, and Olympic values, I could interpret that the negative legacy also can be a possibility to be a positive legacy if it became a chance of social awareness or import the Olympic values to the local society. Of course, the misogyny was so disappointing news to the locals, but it was also a good chance to notice there is such kind of the politicians who have the misogyny in mind, and also good chance to expand their Olympic values to the society. And the other negative Olympic legacy was corruption. It was bribery case, and 22 people were prosecuted, and it is still ongoing discussion. Yes. Corruption in Tokyo 2020 was for sure negative, unplanned, intangible legacy, but after this case, the organizing committee of World Athletics, which will be held in Tokyo next year, or Paris 2024, they could make a new governance rules based on this case. It can be recognized as a global legacy to improve the good governance system. So, as a conclusion, this is at the beginning of the presentation, I said, what is Tokyo 2020 Olympic legacy? And it's still a big question. But conclude my presentation, I would like to mention that the negative Olympic legacy can be also positive legacy, depends on what kind of action will we make. So it's more important how will we interpret what kind of Olympic legacy and what we can do from, and what can we study from the Olympic legacies. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Haram Minori. Last but not least, I'd like to introduce Ms. Liuk. She comes to us from Beijing, China, and is currently a senior student at the Capital University of Physical Education and Sports, where she is pursuing a major in sports journalism. She was a basketball player for 10 years, receiving professional training. This strong foundation in sports has shaped both her academic pursuits and her career aspirations. In her speech today, she will take us through her unique journey with the Olympic Games. She will begin by sharing her potential personal connection with the 2 Olympic Games hosted in Beijing. She will then highlight her university's contribution to the Beijing 2022 Olympic Winter Games and the efforts made to promote the Olympic spirit. Lastly, she will discuss China's initiatives to advance social sports. So, without further ado, please join me in welcoming Ms. Liuk to the stage.
Hello, everyone. It's a great honor for me to come here to share some of my experiences with the Olympics. So today, I would like to talk about the Olympic spirit shaping my life. So firstly, please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Liuk, and I come from Capital University of Physical Education and Sports, and my major is sports journalism. To be totally upfront, my life has changed a lot because of the Olympic. Everyone knows that Beijing is a dual Olympic city, and I'm honored to live here. Actually, when the Beijing Olympics were held in 2008, I was only a 6-year-old child. However, I can still vividly remember the sense of myself holding a small national flag and watching the opening ceremony in front of the TV. Not only that, the bird nest, the water cube, and the other sports venues impressed me deeply. Beijing's air quality and city appearance had improved significantly as well. After that, I began to fall in love with watching sports events. Fortunately, I have some knack for doing sports, so when I entered primary school, I was invited by many PE teachers to join the school sports team. And finally, I chose to participate in the basketball team and began receiving the professional training for the last 10 years. This has been a truly significant experience in my life, and this is the main reason why I chose to enter this university. I'm really fond of sports, but for many reasons, I'm unable to achieve higher success in basketball, so I really hope to continue working in the sports-related fields, such as becoming a sports journalist. What makes me feel amazing is that after 14 years, Beijing hosted Beijing 2022 Olympic Winter Games. And this time, I'm no longer someone sitting in front of the TV, but participating in related work. It was my first internship in my life as a staff member at CCTV Internet. My main job included operating official social media and spreading knowledge about the Olympic Winter Games. It truly amazed me how the seeds the Olympics had planted in my heart as a child began to germinate after I went to college. That's why I said that Olympic really had a great impact on me. It's completely changed my life. In fact, the Olympic Games for me is not only a large international event, but also a spirit that can subtly affect the people. Personally, to be perfectly honest, I can really feel it. My feelings for sports are getting deeper and deeper. I went from being a little thing that enriched my life to something that I couldn't live without. I reckon that there are a lot of people just like me because the Olympics are starting to get interested in sports. Because we may not be able to become a good athletes on the field, but we can pay attention to sports, become a sports lovers and, let sports throughout our lives. In my opinion, this is one of the most important significances of the Olympics for our ordinary people. Actually, to spare the Olympic spirit, our university also made a lot of efforts for this, and then I will make a brief introduction. Our university has another name, Beijing Institute for International Olympic Studies, which officially established in September 2021. Moreover, it's worthy mentioning our Olympic Education Museum, which founded in August 2008. In 2016, the Olympic Education Museum expanded and was rebuilt in the Sports Medicine and Engineering Integrative Building of CUPS. It was opened to the public in October 2016. The museum is divided into several sections, including the Asian Olympic History Exhibition, all previous Olympic Games and Winter Olympics History Exhibition, Torch Area, Mascot Area, Olympic Studio, and Olympic Education Book Exhibition. In 2022, more than 10,000 pieces of Beijing Winter Olympic heritage was collected and inherited. including torches, medals, award certificates, costumes for cast members at the opening and closing ceremonies, and competition supplies. Since its opening, the Olympic Education Museum has organized various activities such as International Olympic Education Forum, salons, and seminars. More than 15 Olympic education-related activities for primary and secondary schools in Beijing have been organized. In addition, our school also provides a lot of sports for the Beijing 2022 Olympic Winter Games. Many excellent teachers and students were selected to form a team to provide service support for the Beijing 2022, including participate in executive assignments, volunteering, opening ceremonies, and so on, or working as an intern at media companies just like me. Our school successfully finished the task and received letters of thanks from many organizations. In my view, sports is not a distant thing. After Beijing 2008 and Beijing 2022, the government has given more attention to the development of social sports, and people have becoming more enthusiastic about sports. That's a really good thing. So in my own experience, my university provides us with the opportunity to take skiing courses and learn winter sports. You know, most of the students from our school after graduation will be engaged in the sports-related work. So, knowing more background knowledge and skills about sports may become our special advantages in the future. As far as I know, many students had become skating or skiing lovers just because of this. I truly believe enthusiasm is needed for any job. In my mind, having enthusiasm is more important than knowing more knowledge to some extent, because passion drives you to learn more and gives you determination to do it well. Therefore, I believe that they can maintain their passionate and complete their work better in the future. On the top of that, the school basketball team of my primary school participated in various competitions and training camps. Actually, I must admit, when I was a kid, the competitions I could join in was very limited. Now, children of all ages can take part in different groups of competitions and get the chances to practice. Actually, not only basketball, but many sports are developing. The government provides a lot of chances for young athletes. That's a really great progress. Finally, I just want to say that Olympics and sports are like a bright lamp illuminating my life path and inspire me to look forward continuously. I really hope to contribute my own strengths to the Olympic career in the future. That's all. Thank you for your listening.
Thank you, Ms. Liuk. We've just heard outstanding presentations from our 5 speakers. Now I invite the audience to ask any questions for the presenters. If you have any comments or insights you'd like to share, please feel free to do so as well. Okay. Lady over there. Anyone can give a mic, please? Since the session is bilingual one, so either English or Korean are okay. So 한국어로 질문하실 분들이 있으시면은
For those of you who want to ask questions in Korean, you are welcome to do so. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. My question goes to Ms. Haram. I would like to understand how the 6 facilities were being utilized post the Tokyo Olympic Games, because you indicated that 6 facilities were constructed. How were they, or how are they being utilized? Thank you.
Thank you so much for the question. And these 6 facilities were just created for Tokyo 2020, and it's still using, and in many purposes, just for only for practicing the sports, but also having the international competition, national game, or anything and something. And I think it's one of the basic Olympic legacy for all games. Actually, I think it's a bit different from Paris 2024 because they didn't create permanent Olympic facilities only for the Olympic Games. So, but I think at least in the Tokyo 2020 case, it was positive. Maybe like we need to check continuously in the future, but at least now it was positive legacy that we could have such kind of the facility in the Japanese society. Is it good to do the answer? Thank you so much for the question.
Any questions or comments over there, please? Mike, please. Mike.
I appreciate all of your speech, and my question goes to Mr. Chang. This is Min Chong Meng. Your speech based on Heidegger's concept, right? But actually, 2024 Paris Olympic was combined with digital, and you told us that it's technology and their own cultural legacy, right? But I want to know what is the core your information about Heidegger's temporality. Am I sure? For Heidegger's temporality and Olympic digital and cultural legacy. This is my question. So, what is your core message?
답변 잘 들었습니다. 이게 저 같은 경우에
Thank you for your question. In my case, I am a philosopher myself.
해석에 오류가 있어요.
And as such, there could be some room for an error in interpretation. And therefore, I would like to answer your question in Korean.
굳이 하이데거라는 철학자를
I cited the philosopher Heidegger for my presentation because there's this legacy, cultural legacy from the past, and there's this present concept of digital technology. And this past and the present, for them to produce a meaning, where does that meaning lie? I believe that it's towards the athletes who have played it during the games. That we continue to talk about the Olympic Games to this day, and we can continue to reproduce the meaning out of that. The athletes were at the center of the games, and based on that understanding of having human beings at the center, I thought that the concept of Heidegger presented a relevant concept for my presentation. Therefore, the key message of my presentation is as follows. From the perspective of Olympic legacy, to produce any meaning, I believe that the genuine value of the Olympic Games can be generated based on the participation of athletes who are human beings. I wonder whether that answered your question. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Halina from the APEC Secretariat. It was a great presentation from each one of you. But I'm very intrigued with the presentation from Kuni, Beijing. If I may, a question. You have a colorful narrative of your journey so far. My question is, in terms of youth participation, how would you see, or maybe your recommendation, we like to encourage more youth participation in the Olympics or the global events? Thank you.
Oh, thank you for your asking. I mean, I was a young athlete, so, just like what I said, the Chinese government provides a lot of opportunity to young athletes right now. So not only basketball, as I know, like footballs and ping pong and a lot of sports are being development. So I'm pretty sure the young athletes will become one of the part of the Olympics in the future. Thank you.
Any questions? Lady over there.
I'm Han Choi, a student at College of Catholic University. I have a question from Jang Hyun-woo. You made a presentation about the value of the Olympic from Heidegger's point of view. How did digital technology harmonize with cultural heritage in the 2024 Paris Olympics?
개인적인 생각일 수도 있겠지만
So maybe this is just my personal thought, but in the case of the 2024 Olympic Games, the approach taken was rather different than the previous games. And that was the reason that I thought that there was this harmony with cultural heritage. The organizing committee used the cultural legacy as well as the past venues as well. And I read some articles related to the IOC. For the digital technology, AR and VR platforms were utilized to have better interactions with the audience of the Olympic Games. That was the article that I read. And when it comes to this harmony, the digital technology representing the future and the cultural legacy representing the past were in good harmony during the games. Through the participation of the athletes in sporting events, their dedication to their goals, they could be captured through a platform which could be passed down to the future generations. So in that aspect, in addition to the athletes' participation per se, their sweats and tears that they have shared until that moment could be captured through the platform, which would be accessible to future generations. And that was the reason that I said that there was an harmony. Thank you.
So not only questions, comments or opinions you'd like to share are totally fine. So please. Okay, lady over there.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ivy Kondowe from Malawi. First of all, let me commend all the presenters for the wonderful insights they have actually shared with us here. Let me just go straight to what I would want to also add. The Tokyo 2020 legacy, particularly on the part of the unplanned, intangible experiences that actually touched a woman, because there was words that somehow gave an unfair impression on a woman, whereby meetings with a lot of women were taking time. So the question probably would be, have we ever wondered why women do not fully participate in sport, or even girls? I think to the presenter, I would suggest that maybe if you have time, you go back and try to unearth similar circumstances. This could just be one of a number of issues that could touch a woman, because sport, we all know that it is a human right, and actually every person has to participate fully. No wonder, possibly in my country, that there are very few women and girls that participate in sport due to some similar experiences. But many thanks should also go to the government of Japan, because there were measures that were taken by simply instituting the social awareness, which in turn gave a different narration. Thank you very much. I think this is what I wanted to comment on. Thank you.
Thank you so much for impressive comment, and I'm totally agree with it that because we couldn't find any country which can completely accomplish the diversity or equality yet. So we are still on the progress, and we agree with that Olympic and sports can be a chance to expand such kind of the idea. And then Olympic values, sports can be a keyword. And I would like to work on such kind of the field in our future and with young generation in own local societies. Thank you so much.
Questions or comments, please? Gentleman over there.
Good morning, and thank you very much for the presentations. I think your story was quite impressive as a legacy for Japan hosting the Olympic Games. That's a very, very interesting story. To you, Professor, and I hope I'm not putting you on the spot here. I just want to understand, you said South Korea intends to bid to host the next Olympic Games. What really motivates or what really drives South Korea to host? I mean, do you guys have an existing hosting strategy that you follow? I also noted that your recent successes at the Paris Olympic Games, where you exceeded expectations in terms of your medals that you attained, was that part of the motivation behind this drive to host the next Games? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. I don't really think that I am in the position of explaining the strategy or expectations of City of Seoul. So I'd like to invite Mr. Kim, if you have few words about the strategy or vision or any good sides or things like that. Can you please, in Korean, please. Yes.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kim Jung-hwan from the City of Seoul government. I didn't make my presentation, but let me address the question. We are making a lot of efforts to be able to host the Olympic Games in 2036, and we are currently in the process of asking cities to submit their intentions to host the games to their cities. And by February, we will be completing our domestic procedures, and we would be submitting a bid file to the IOC. We do have the experience of hosting the 1988 Olympic Games, and therefore, based on the stadium in Jamsil and many of the facilities that we already have in Jamsil, they're going through renovation work. And we are rebuilding some of the facilities, and we do have 5 venues at this Olympic Park, which will be remodeled for the future games. So we don't anticipate any technical issues in hosting another Olympic Games. We also want to work with other adjacent cities to host the games. It was a case in Paris and also the case in Japan. So we're not going to construct any new buildings. We're going to remodel and restructure the existing venues so that we can make it an eco-friendly games. For the further details, please do contact us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kim.
Hello. Hello, everybody. And so thank you for today's great presentations. And I have one question for Samyong University students about the sports for peace, Olympics for peace. And so on your presentation mentioned the new vision of the future Olympics centered on peace. In the history, actually, we used very efficient sports diplomacy, such as a ping-pong diplomacy, right? And you already mentioned about it also. And nowadays the world is not so very peaceful in some regions. We all know, right? And how we could use sports diplomacy more efficiently for today's case. So what is your opinion? And so if you have any researches about that, so that would be much greater. Thank you so much.
Well, I never thought of the questions. So let me figure it out later. Thank you.
제가 그러면은 우리 상명대학교 두
Well, then I would like to address my question to the 2 students from Sangmyeong University. Much more laid-back question. So, you both have been invited to this very meaningful occasion, and you gave presentation. So, how do you think that this presentation will impact your future? What kind of meaning would it hold for your future? And what's your impression of attending this event and giving a presentation? So please feel free to share any thoughts. Well, first of all, I am extremely excited, and I find it very positive to have this venue to talk about the Olympics and to talk about and discuss about the future direction of Olympics for the future generations and the younger generations. So I hope that we will have many of these gatherings in the future. Yes, that's all. Thank you. Usually we talk about Olympics with just friends and family, but it's rare to have this chance to talk about Olympics in front of a lot of people. And especially today, we're joined by international audience, and to be able to listen to their insights, so that is very meaningful. And I think that today's occasion will be a good opportunity for the younger generations or the future generations to contribute further to the potential 2036 games if Korea manages to host that games.
And I heard that the graduate students from the Dream Together Masters program, Seoul National University, are present here. So any comments from the DTM program students over there, gentlemen?
Hello, good morning. I'm Miguel from Colombia, and I would like to ask to Japan and China, what is the influence of social media in your countries about legacy in Tokyo, in this case for you in China, about the social media for the development of social sport?
Thank you so much for the question. And I totally agree that social media is one of the most important topics to talk about Olympic legacies, especially in Tokyo 2020 and Beijing 2022, because it was digital game. Yeah, and social media worked well to expand the Olympic Games. And I would like to show the example that recently Japanese Olympic Committee have the account, Instagram or and TikTok or such kind of short movies account, and these are so getting popular, and it can be a chance to introduce the athlete's personality and results or something. And of course, for the personal level in the locals, many people are using social media, but I'm not sure how much impact by the social media. So it's all like we need to not only researchers but also all stakeholders should think about the impact of the impact of the social medias at the Olympic legacies. Thank you so much. I'm not sure. Thank you so much.
I mean, social media, like everyone uses social media right now, and I'm pretty sure that social media had really great impact on like Olympics. I mean, after the games, we can see a lot of short videos about those athletes, and we can know more about them and know more about this sport. After the Olympics in Paris, there was a women athletes in China won the championship of tennis named Zheng Qinwen, and we had a lot of videos about her after this competition, and now Chinese people are really fond of her and want to try tennis in the future. So I'm pretty sure that it can impress a lot of people. So there are a lot of people want to join the sports and the training. So I believe they will be the part of the Olympics in the future. Thank you.
I think we can have 2 more questions or opinions. So, anyone? Okay, gentleman over there.
So thank you everyone for your insightful presentation. My question to Minori Hara from Japan. I'm asking about the recruitment, the volunteer network that you had as a legacy. Are you using this for general volunteering opportunities or only sport? And a follow-up question, have you used the platform for hiring for all of the volunteers or only the local, the Japanese volunteers? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for asking. And at least the variety of volunteers is so wide. Not only for focusing on the sports volunteer, but also language volunteer, social welfare volunteers, and anything. And I'm also registered in it, and I can receive many chances to know about many kinds of volunteers. But I'm so sorry that I don't know about the volunteers from foreigners, and they come register it or not. I will check it. I will check it later, and thank you so much for asking.
Madam over there. Yeah, gentleman first and the next, please. Yeah, gentleman first, and next.
All right, thank you very much. My name is Aubrey Pitits. I'm from Malawi. Mine is just food for thought. We had we have discussed about the future of Olympics, what needs to be done or changes that has to be done for the sustainability of future Olympic Games. But then I think one thing that we also have to consider is, which I feel is missed in the changes, is the games themselves. Are the games themselves sustainable? For example, in Paris we see that there was breakdance, but now we're hearing that it no longer return in 2020, I think 2028 Olympics in I think USA. It's not returning. So my question is, the games that we host, the games that are featured in the Olympics Games, are they sustainable? Because in as much as we're also talking environmental sustainability, we are talking of actually what is involved in hosting that particular game. The materials or everything that is needed to host that particular game, is it sustainable? So it's just a food for thought that the games that we host in the Olympic Games, including the Olympic Games, are they sustainable? Thank you.
Maybe Hara-san.
Okay, thank you so much for the question. And yes, I think it's so big question. And when we discuss about topic, we should take it consider that the many options, not only for having just continuously having such kind of the big game in all over the world, but also that sometimes maybe cancel the game or having the game every time in the same host city or something, because there's a big range of the choice to have Olympic Games or to continue the Olympic Games. But at least now, it's true that when we have a big mega event, for sure it's not sustainability, or because we need to consume many things, it costs a lot. But through this experience, actually, like we can change a lot of things too. For example, through like when I was volunteer in Paris 2024, I feel that I could study more about how can I build sustainability by the action of the separating the garbage and reducing the electricity and the vegetarian foods or something. And the Olympic game can be a chance to show such kind of the idea. And also, it can be a chance to have a new facilities or new ecosystem in the society. Because when we recreate the new social system, we need a big power to rebuild or change the society. And the Olympic and mega event can have a possibility to be that. But then it's important to think about the Olympic legacies from the plan, something. Is it a question? I'm not sure. Is it a question? And I would like to know other opinions.
So lady over there first. And yeah, both gentlemen. Okay, next.
And thank you so much. And I am In-jin Kim from DTM and originally from Myanmar. And I would like to just share my experience for the Tokyo 2020 Olympic based on the gentleman questions. When I was in Japan, from 2018 to 2020, just before the Olympic. So me and that time, the volunteer position is open for everyone. And me and most of my friends who are from foreigner, we applied and to the university application. So that time, like everyone is very excited for the Tokyo 2020, and like many people want to do volunteer. So there's many applicants, so they just selected only most of them, not everyone. I did some training in Waseda University in Tokyo here and there, but unfortunately, I'm back to my country and I couldn't come back for the 2021 because of the COVID. Yeah, I just want to share my experience. Thank you so much.
Thank you for sharing. And yeah.
Actually, yeah, it's same with me that I applied for the Tokyo 2020 Olympic volunteer, but I'm not to be selected, and I couldn't do it in Tokyo 2020. So I think it's a bit similar.
Well, thank you very much. My name is Mohammed Said from Kenya. I'm also a student of the Dream Together Master's Program. I think I've benefited very much from today's forum, the Seoul Olympic legacy. And particularly, I have a background with peace studies, and I think I will take home an important point which was presented on the future of Olympic legacies. How to incorporate peace and education studies, as well as reinforcing sports diplomacy. And this is an opportunity for embassies across the world, representing their countries in different countries, to take up a step and ways to shape the Olympic in order to enhance peace globally. Thank you very much.
Thank you for sharing. So, gentleman over there, that is the last question or comment for today. Thank you. Gentleman over there.
Hello, everyone. I'm Karim from Egypt. I want to thank you all for this insightful presentation. And I have a question about the technology adoption and the AI. How you see the AI adoption will affect Olympics, and how we can balance between the sport legacy in countries and the technology. How we can keep the legacy of the sport of Olympic Games and without affecting, take only the advance from AI applications. Thank you.
질문 잘 들었습니다.
And thank you for your question. To address your question myself, if AI is adopted during the Olympic Games, maybe it's going to be used for video analysis or sports analysis first. As I mentioned during my presentation, AI and VR, if these systems are introduced in the Olympic Games, in the case of the people who are approaching the Olympic Games, more specialized video images are watched by them, and through the use of AI, greater participation will be encouraged. And that is the case among the sports for all field as well. And by watching those images and videos, and based on the technological analysis, that they can learn more about the sports. So in the sports that where I play, if they can use AI to gain a better experience or understanding of a particular play by a particular athlete, I believe that they will contribute to the promotion of a particular sports that they are participating in. And at the same time, a sort of platform can be utilized to promote legacy. And we have active social media in use these days. Therefore, if you can keep and store a series of the video images of a particular athlete, you can understand the evolution of that athlete's performance over the years. That will be beneficial for the athletes as well, because they can have a better analysis of their performance, and spectators and the audiences will be able to have a better educational experience with that image or the analysis conducted by AI. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks so much to everyone who made this session happen. So big round of applause, please. Now we will conclude the session. Enjoy your lunch.
Thank you very much. Now you may proceed back to your seats. 네, 자리로 돌아가서 착석을 부탁드립니다. Thank you once again to our speakers for their insightful presentation and thought-provoking discussions, and also to our audience for their passionate participation for the Q&A. I'm sure everyone here has gained valuable perspectives on the importance of the Olympic legacy and its benefit for future generation. And up next, we have an exciting opportunity for those passionate about hosting mega sports events. It is the Mega Sports Know-How Consulting Session, where top experts will provide insights on everything from bidding for major events to post-event management. So anyone interested is welcome to join. The session will take place in London Hall on the second floor of the Parktel. So don't miss the chance for one-on-one consulting with the best in the business. And the participants of the KSPL Knowledge Sharing Program and Dream Together Master students are required to attend this session. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now we will take a lunch break, and the lunch will be served starting from 11:30. For our VIP guests, lunch will be served in the Seoul Hall on the second floor, where the welcome reception was held yesterday. And for other participants, lunch will be served in the Arirang Hall, also on the second floor. So kindly ask all attendees to make their way out following the signage and our step guidance to the luncheon venue. Please return to your seat by 1:50 as the opening of the Seoul Olympic Legacy Forum will commence at 2 p.m. Thank you very much for your participation and enjoy your lunch. Thank you very much. Yes, good afternoon, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. We're truly delighted to extend a warmly welcome to all the esteemed guests who have joined us for the Seoul Olympic Legacy Forum 2024. As we gathered here in the heart of autumn season with its beautiful colors at their peak, it feels especially meaningful to come together during such a breathtaking season. Welcome once again. Please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Kyungmi Kim, and I'm given the honor of being your MC for this very momentous occasion. 여러분, 안녕하십니까?
Good afternoon, ladies and
Thank you
gentlemen.
very much. I'm thrilled to welcome each and every one of you here today, and I hope this forum will be an inspiring and insightful experience for us all. I would also like to take this opportunity to express our deep gratitude to all the participants, both on-site and joining us online. Your presence, whether in person or virtually, adds immense value to this important gathering. Now, to officially begin this significant event, it is my distinct honor to invite President Hyun Jae-jo of the Korea Sports Promotion Foundation to deliver his opening remarks. So now, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in warmly welcoming President Jo to the stage with a big round of applause.
Distinguished guests, sports enthusiasts from around the world, and all who have graced this occasion. I would like to start with the welcoming words from the opening ceremony of the 1988 Seoul Olympics. 어서 오십시오. Welcome to the Seoul Olympic Legacy Forum 2024, and thank you for being here. This forum is held under the theme of sharing benefits through Olympic legacy. I believe this theme embodies the spirit of our time. It demonstrates that sports can be more than a stage for competition and victory. It can serve as a platform for all generations to grow and share together. The legacy left by the Olympics is not just the physical assets for a city or nation, but a valuable treasure that awakens human potential and guides communities toward a better world. Notably, the inaugural Seoul Olympic Legacy Forum in 2022 marked a significant turning point for the International Olympic Committee, IOC, in rediscovering the value of Olympic legacy. Since then, the IOC has implemented policies to revitalize Olympic legacy, working in partnership with sports communities worldwide to spread its value further. This vision becomes a reality with the Paris 2024 Olympics. The values of sustainability and inclusion that the Paris Games pursued align closely with the core values of Olympic legacy. Amid these developments, this forum brings together over 40 international participants from 31 organizations across 20 countries in the Asia Pacific region, as well as numerous sports figures from Korea. It is especially meaningful to explore new paths for the future of sports together, discussing topics such as future generations, sustainability, the spread of Olympism, community, and the collaboration between cities and with diverse stakeholders from various countries and generations. Olympic legacy should not remain a memory for a single generation, but be a public asset that every generation can enjoy. Therefore, I hope that this gathering becomes an opportunity to further amplify the power and the value of a sport that the world can share. During this forum, we can prepare the Global Sports ESG Alliance Declaration as an official event. ESG is not only a critical factor in corporate management, but has also become a crucial agenda in the global sports landscape. If today we can confirm our ability to achieve sustainability, social inclusion, and transparent governance through sport, we will become a new milestone for the global sports community. Lately, I hope that all participants in Seoul Olympic Legacy Forum will gain insight into the future of sport and the realization of active, forward-looking sport. Once again, I extend my sincere gratitude to all of you for visiting Korea, Seoul, the Korea Sports Promotion Foundation. I wish for a bright future and a better world for everyone. Thank you very much. 대단히 감사합니다.
Thank you very much, President Joe, for those inspiring and thought-provoking words. And your leadership and vision continued to pave the way for the future of sports and the Olympic legacy. We are truly grateful for your support and passion. Thank you once again. And now it is my honor to introduce a special congratulatory message from Mayor of Seoul, Mr. Se-hun-oh. Although he couldn't be here with us in person today, but he has kindly prepared a video message for this occasion. So let's take a moment to watch a video.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I am Oh Se-hun, Mayor of Seoul. Let me first congratulate you on the hosting of the Seoul Olympic Legacy Forum 2024. I would like to express my deepest gratitude to President Jo Hyun-jae of the Korea Sports Promotion Foundation and his staff for organizing this meaningful event, as well as the distinguished guests representing the government, sports organizations, and international sports institutions for joining us today. It has been 36 years since we hosted the 1988 Seoul Olympic Games, which has demonstrated to the world the strength of Korea and Seoul and also served as a springboard for our global emergence. Even to this day, it remains a powerful asset supporting Korean society. The invaluable Olympic legacy, both tangible and intangible, should not only stay in the past and present, but must also be utilized for future generations. Building on that legacy and advancing towards a better future, we now stand ready to launch a full-fledged efforts to host another Olympic Games. By utilizing venues in nearby cities such as Gyeonggi and Incheon, as well as the Jamsil Sports Mice Complex currently under remodeling, I have no doubt that we would be able to pull off another Games that is sustainable, eco-friendly, and profitable. I kindly ask for your continued interest and support so that we may once again demonstrate what Korea can offer. I hope that through this forum today, we will re-examine the legacy of past Olympics, engaging in meaningful discussions so that everyone can share in the benefits of the Olympics. Once again, my sincere congratulations on the Seoul Olympic Legacy Forum 2024. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor Oh, for his heartfelt messages. And his words remind us of the important legacy we're building for Seoul and beyond. And moving forward, we have the honor of inviting the Mayor of Songpagu Office, Kang Seok-seo, for the congratulatory remarks. So please warmly welcome Mayor Kang to the podium.
예, 안녕하세요.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Kang Seok-seo, Mayor of Songpa District. It is indeed a great pleasure to meet all the officials and participants from different countries who are joining us for the Seoul Olympic Legacy Forum 2024 today. The 1988 Seoul Olympics was a great event that marked a historic turning point for the Republic of Korea. Through the development of the city and establishment of the relevant infrastructure made Seoul known to the world. The city of Seoul and Songpa District are eager to host the 2036 Olympics. The Olympic Park and the Chamsil Sports Complex, as well as all the legacies, have become the landmark of Songpa. And going forward, they have served as a solid foundation to host the new Olympic. The Olympic legacy is a precious heritage to be passed down to future generations. Through both tangible and intangible assets from the Olympic legacy, the Olympic spirit will be widely spread and a better world will be created. I hope that under the theme of sharing benefits through Olympic legacy, this forum will greatly contribute to building a better future through sports. I hope that all the participants will fully enjoy the beautiful autumn landscape of Songpa District, and I wish you a meaningful and valuable time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mayor Kang, for your inspiring congratulatory remarks. Your leadership and commitment to the community resonate deeply, and we appreciate your support and celebrating this meaningful event. Thank you once again. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we will have the pleasure of listening to keynote speech from Ji Chul-oh, the chair of the Seoul Olympic Legacy Forum Committee. So please join me in giving him a round of applause to the podium.
Good afternoon, Honorable Kuning Patama Riswal Korakul, IOC member from Royal Kingdom of Thailand, and Mr. Ibrahim Rajak, Sports Minister from Maldives. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure and privilege to deliver a keynote address at the opening ceremony of Seoul Olympic Legacy Forum 2024. We are gathered here today to share views on Olympic legacy with the theme of sharing benefits through the Olympic legacy. Olympic legacy, as you well know, is about long-term benefits generated by Olympic host city. Every Olympic Games has promised enduring legacies and left behind legacies in various categories such as sports, culture, socio-economic, and environmental spheres. Such legacies mostly affect host city and nation in a positive or negative way, in a tangible or intangible form. Also, future host cities and nations learn lessons from the previous ones. These are part of legacies. Ladies and gentlemen, this afternoon, I'm going to look into Olympic legacies for preferably a lot of member nations of the IOC, which are not planning to host the Olympics in the near future, because we believe legacies should be for future generation and particularly shared with as many countries as possible, inspire them to do something valuable. Let me start with the legacies of the 2024 Paralympic Games. First, the Paralympics made a maximum use of existing infrastructures. Estimated 80 to 90% of the venues were either existing facilities or temporary structures, with the only newly constructed venue built in an area lacking sports infrastructure. Additionally, iconic Paris landmarks such as the Seine River, the Eiffel Tower, the Grand Palais, and Invalides were utilized as competition venues. This displayed some successes in reforming the games toward more sustainable outcomes, using the entire city as a stage. Of course, such tangible legacy of the Paralympics cannot be footsteps all the hosting nations of future Olympics will be able to follow in. But at least directions Paralympics point have great implications. Second, the 2024 Olympic Games demonstrated practicing diversity, equity, and inclusion. The latest Summer Olympics set milestone as first Olympics to achieve full gender parity, exactly 50-50. At 1924, 100 years ago, Paralympic Games, only 4% of athletes were women. At the 1896 Athens, the first Olympics of modern games, women were not entitled to compete at all. Additionally, the number of mixed gender events increased to 20, making the most significant growth in Olympic history. This went beyond mere equality in sports. It addressed gender inequalities and promoted social inclusivity. Third, the 2024 Olympics saw increase in refugees, hijab-wearing, and trans athletes. Rule 6 of the Olympic Charter says, any form of discrimination with regard to country or a person on grounds of race, religion, politics, gender, or otherwise incompatible with belonging to the Olympic movement. Affirming the principle, athletes should have the right to compete in the Olympics, regardless of their national affiliation or even if they have been expelled from their own countries. Last summer in Paris, 36 refugees athletes competed, giving birth to the first medalist from the refugee Olympic team. The refugee team served as a reminder of the importance of human rights and peace. Their challenges and courage were inspiring, forming a crucial foundation of the Olympic legacy. Also, the number of hijab-wearing athletes has notably risen. Such a shift demonstrates that sports are transcending cultural and religious barriers, evolving into a space that is increasingly accessible and welcoming to people from all corners of the globe. Fourth, since the first appearance in 2000 Beijing Olympics, the number of athletes to compete in both the Olympics and Paralympics has continued to increase. Their presence at both the Olympics and Paralympics showcases how athletes with disabilities are struggling to break down the barriers and changing perception globally. Their story aligns closely with Olympic values of equality and inclusion. Fifth, at the Paralympics, as many as 91 National Olympic Committees won medals. This was a testament to the growing inclusivity of the Olympic movement. By creating opportunities for more nations to achieve success on the world stage, the Paralympics successfully practiced diversity, equity, and inclusion, to say the least. Ladies and gentlemen, now let's think about Olympic vision and goal of Olympic movement, which is to contribute to building a peaceful and a better world by educating youth through sports. The Olympics should be utilized as an educational platform. I believe this is an essential value of the Olympics. The Olympics should provide a foundation for future generations to recognize and embody values such as respecting rules, and the spirit of challenge, fair competition, mutual respect, and solidarity. In this connection, I would like to highlight the core value of Olympics. First and foremost, Olympics are opportunities to cultivate friendship and fair play based on mutual understanding and respect. Olympic athletes should be only encouraged to do the best they can, regardless of the result, so that the spirit of pursuing excellence and challenge against all odds will be passed on to future generations. We should continue to strive for realizing essential value of Olympic Games, which is also Olympic spirit. They are great, living, and sustainable legacies of Olympic Games for all of us. The primary purpose of the Olympic Games is to spread the Olympic spirit among the younger generations across the world. Pierre de Coubertin's ideas and hopes for uniting the world in friendship and peace through Olympic Games are becoming ever more relevant and urgent in our divided world of political turmoil. True value of his colossal legacy are more immediate than ever. Now, I would like to move to the subject of discussion for the sustainability of Olympic Games and sharing Olympic legacies. To extend the Olympic legacy and its long-term benefits to as many nations as possible, the Summer Olympic Games should be allowed to co-host among neighboring cities and nations. By doing so, solidarity among IOC member nations will be further strengthened. Take 2026 Winter Olympics, for instance. The distance between Milano and Cortina d'Ampezzo is 416 kilometers, 268 miles, 5 hours auto drive away. Not to mention 2026 FIFA World Cup to be hosted by Canada, USA, and Mexico. You remember the surfing events for the latest Summer Olympics was held in Tahiti, 15,700 kilometers, 10,000 miles away from Paris. Lasting impact of Olympic legacy is about values which the Olympic Games embody and inspire many other nations to adopt, cherish, and pass down to future generations. Chances of hosting the Olympic Games should be given to as many nations as possible if they want to. Co-hosting the Summer Olympic Games is worth to be seriously considered while keeping in mind making the most of existing infrastructures and avoiding wild elephant phenomenon associated with excessive cost. Distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen, legacies are not reminiscing about the past, but for moving on to the future. I believe virtue of Olympic legacy must be using the past to create a new future. IOC President Thomas Bach, in his Olympic agenda speech 10 years ago, if we do not bring about change, we will be changed. I hope the Seoul Olympic Legacy Forum 2024 will be a meaningful opportunity for us to focus on our commitment and actions toward a strategic change for sustainable Olympic movement. Please allow me to wrap up my speech by saying, never put a limit on your dreams. If we are together, you are capable of anything. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman, for your enlightening keynote speech. Your insights have set a strong foundation for today's discussions, and we are eager to dive deeper into the topics you've introduced. Thank you very much once again. Now, ladies and gentlemen, next we'll proceed with the awards ceremony for the National Sports ES Practice Contests. The Sports ESG Practice Contest was held to enhance ES practices in the sports sector by discovering the creative and innovative ideas from the public. So this contest was conducted in 3 categories: individual, sports clubs and teams, and Sports ESG Alliance. Each category recognizes outstanding initiatives that embody our commitment to sustainability and community engagement. So awardees were selected for the Grand Prize, Excellence Awards, and Outstanding Awards in each category. Now let us welcome Mr. Hyun Jae-jo, the president of KSPO, to the stage to present the award. Please welcome him. And first, we'll have the award for the individual category, where individual proposed feasible sports ESG ideas for each environment, social, and governance sectors. Individual category, please come up to the stage. In the individual category, there were a total of 4 awardees, including 2 tied for the outstanding award. Unfortunately, Mr. Chang Ho-gang, who received the joint 3rd place, is unable to attend. First, individual grand prize. First place goes to Mr. Junhyuk Lee. Congratulations. Yes. This remarkable individual have shown us how personal commitment can make a significant impact. Congratulations. The Excellence Prize for the individual sector is awarded to Mr. Ji-sung Moon. Congratulations. Wonderful. Great job. And the outstanding awards will be presented to Ms. Kyungnim Lee. Congratulations. So let's give them a round of applause as we celebrate their effort. So please gather in the center for the group photo. So now let's take a moment to applaud all our winners for their incredible achievements and dedication to promoting ESG practices in sports. Show us a big smile. Please clap your hands, everyone. Congratulatory once again. Now you may get back to your seats. All right, everyone. So in the next section for the sports club, so we have selected the top 3 clubs that share their eco-friendly sports activities on Instagram as a team. So first place goes to FS Potato, second place to PVC Volleyball Club, and 3rd place to Miso FC. Representative from this club, please come up to the stage to accept your award. And while they are coming up, you may find the 3 videos of each team who have been awarded. Yes, please look at a screen for sports club and teams. Grand prize goes to FS Potato. Congratulations. Yes, did a great job. The Excellence Prize for the sports clubs and team sector is awarded to PVC Volleyball Club. Yes, congratulations. And last but not least, the outstanding award will be presented to Miso FC. Yes, please give him a big round of applause. These teams have set powerful examples of how collective action can create a ripple effect, inspiring entire communities to adopt sustainable practices. Congratulations! So your dedication inspires us all to work toward a sustainable future. So now please proceed back to your seats, everyone. Finally, we come to the ESG Alliance sector. So this sector recognizes the top 3 member companies of our Sports ESG Alliance that have implemented our company sports ESG activity ideas most effectively. So I'm very pleased to announce the winners. Please make your way to the stage. So in the first place, we have the Pyeongchang 2018 Legacy Foundation, as you can see on the screen. In the second place, the award goes to Yi Ballet Shop. And in the third place, we have the Korea Anti-Doping Agencies. So first place, grand prize for ESG Alliance sector goes to Pyeongchang 2018 Legacy Forum. Congratulations! Excellent. And the Excellence Prize for the ESG Alliance sector is awarded to Yi Ballet Shop. Congratulations! And finally, the outstanding award will be presented to Korea Anti-Doping Agency. Yes, Congratulations. These alliances are leading the charge for a better future in the sports sector. We are honored to acknowledge their extraordinary work. Congratulations. Now, please gather to the center and take a group photo. So we congratulate their incredible achievements and dedication to promoting ESG practices in sports. Your effort inspires all to strive for a better future. Please proceed back to your seats. So once again, thank you, President Joe, for your hard work. So that brings us to the end of our ceremony, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so we now move forward to the Global Sports ESG Alliance Declaration Ceremony. So we'll announce ESG action plans from sports organization. So since 2023, the Korea Sports Promotion Foundation has gathered more than 100 institutions as part of the K-Sports ESG Alliance. So with a focus on making a world a better place through sports. So now we're preparing for this ceremony. So these organizations have been working together to implement sustainable practices and advance global ESG goals. And the Global Sports ESG Alliance serves as a platform for international sports organizations, institutions, and stakeholders to collaborate and share practices and drive innovation toward a more sustainable future for the sports industry. So at the Seoul Olympic Legacy Forum 2024, we aim to extend these efforts by bringing together global institutions to enhance our impact for the next generation of sports. So we kindly ask the honorable guests to join us on stage and follow the institutions provided by our staff for the ceremony. So as you can see, now we're preparing the special ceremony on stage. So as we move into this significant movement and moment, we kindly request the honorable guests who have been invited to join us on stage for the declaration ceremony. So please follow the guidance provided by our STEM members as we prepare to proceed. All right, everyone. So you can definitely look forward to this very special ceremony. So now I would like to invite our distinguished guests who join the special ceremony. First, we invite Myung-gi Kim, Director of Tourism Economy, Gyeongsang County, to the stage. Please come forward to the stage. And next, we welcome Natalia Sipovich, member of the Olympic Council of Asia, to the stage. Please. Yes. And please join us in welcoming Song Gu-kang, Secretary General of the Pyeongchang 2018 Legacy Foundation, to the stage. Yes, and we now invite Thi Hoang Nhan Le, Deputy Director of the Vietnam Sports Authority, to the stage. Yes. Next, we invite Kang Seok-seo, Mayor of Songpa-gu Office, to the stage. I'm very happy to announce, please welcome Mikako Kotani, Executive Board Member of the Olympic Council of Asia and Senior Executive Board Member of the Japanese Olympic Committee, to the stage. And we now welcome Il-sup Chung, Head of Global Headquarters, Gangwon State, to the stage. Yes, please come forward to the stage. Please. And next we invite Kala Amanet, Chief Executive Officer of Sydney Olympic Park Authority. Please. Yes. And please join us in welcoming Young-hwan Kim, and Director General of the Tourism and Sports Bureau of the Seoul Metropolitan Government, to the stage. And now let's invite Somsak Liswade-Trako, Chairman of the National Doping Control Center Policy Board, to the stage. I'm very happy to announce. Please welcome Chang-Sub Lee, Vice President of the Chongcheong Megacity 2027 World University Games Organizing Committee, to the stage. Please welcome Taereok Sway, Chief Executive Officer of the Asian Paralympic Committee, also to the stage. Yes, we have 4 more distinguished guests who will participate in this ceremony. So we're now inviting Chol-min Kim, Secretary General of Gangwon 2024 Youth Olympic Games Organizing Committee, to the stage. And we welcome Abdulrazak Ibrahim, Minister of State, Ministry of Sports, Fitness and Recreation, to the stage. And also now let's invite Ji-cheol Oh, Chair of the Seoul Olympic Legacy Forum Organizing Committee, onto the stage. And please join us in welcoming Kuning Patama Liswade-Trako, Member of the International Olympic Committee and Chair of the Culture and Olympic Heritage Commission, to the stage. Yes, finally we invite Hyun Jae-jo, President of the Korea Sports Promotion Foundation, to the stage. Yes, everyone, we're all ready to start this very meaningful ceremony. Now, before we officially begin the ceremony, we will proceed with the declaration of Sport ESG action plan from each organization. So each representative will announce their sustainable development strategies in the areas of environment, social responsibility, and governance. So let's begin with Mr. Myung-gi Kim. So please start your declaration.
As the host city of the Olympics and the city of rich forest, Pyeongchang will promote a sustainable environmental preservation legacy program for low carbon green growth.
Thank you. Next we have Natalia Sipovich. Please.
Dear colleagues, as an Olympic Council of Asia member, I'll promote sportsmanship and unity across Asia by encouraging collaboration, investing in youth, and supporting sustainable practices. Together, you can inspire the next generation and help build a stronger, connected our sports community.
Next, Sung-gu Kang, please. Sung-gu Kang, Secretary General of Pyeongchang 2018 Legacy Foundation.
Pyeongchang 2018 Legacy Foundation will contribute to the development of sports ESG management through the sustainable legacy of Pyeongchang 2018 Winter Olympic Games and Gangwon 2024 Youth Olympic Games.
Thank you. Deputy Director Thi Huang Yan, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. We, the Vietnam Sport Authorities, will try to ensure that future generations understand the value of sport and participate more actively in sport activities. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, Mayor Kang Seok-seo, it's your turn.
The city of Songpa will expand the opportunity of participation for the vulnerable people for the sports ESG. Thank you.
Executive Board Member Mikako Kutani, it's your turn.
The Japanese Olympic Committee aims to contribute to the preservation of the global environment from multiple perspectives, including environmental conversation at sports venues and raising awareness of environmental issues through sports based on the pillars of the Olympic movement: sports, culture, and environment. Our goal is to ensure an environment where sports can still be enjoyed 50 and 100 years from now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Il-sub Chung of Global Headquarters, Gangwon State.
Good afternoon. I am Il-sub Chung,
head of the global office of the Gangwon State. Gangwon State has successfully hosted 2 Winter Olympics, and we will do our best to spread the Olympic legacy for sports ESG. Thank you.
Thank you. Chief Executive Officer Kala Amanet, it's your turn, please.
We, Sydney Olympic Park Authority, commit to create a place that is energised by everyday life, respects our rich heritage, and is where Sydney comes to play. We will continue the legacy of the Sydney Green Games, ensuring sustainable development outcomes and the protection of our parklands.
Thank you. Director General Young-Hwan Kim, please.
The Seoul Metropolitan Government will make every effort to actively gather opinions from the sports sector and reflect them in our policies to promote the spread of ESG values in sports.
Thank you. Chairman Somsak Litwat Trakul, please.
I'm chairman of National Doping Central for Athletes of Thailand. Will ensure fair and inclusive opportunity for all athletes and combat doping to ensure a clean and fair playing field for them regardless and their background. 감사합니다.
Thank you. Vice President Chang Seok Lee, please.
The organizing committee of Chungcheong 2027 FIS World University Games will make sure to present this event to be eco-friendly, which would eventually contribute to spreading ESG.
Thank you. Chief Executive Officer Terek Sway.
The vision of the Asian Paralympic Committee is to make for an inclusive Asia through parasport. We are committed to having the best governance to help us drive inclusivity and sustainability across all our sporting initiatives and programs. Our focus is to create accessible and eco-friendly environments that empower athletes with disabilities while promoting positive social impact across Asia. 감사합니다.
Thank you. Next, Secretary General Kim Chol-min Kim, please.
Hello everyone, I'm Cholmin Kim, Secretary General of Gangwon 2024 Winter Youth Olympic Games Organizing Committee. It's my great honor to have this opportunity to tell you all that Gangwon 2024 will do our best to support the growth of youth through sports ESG. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Minister Abdulrazak Ibrahim, please.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. The Maldives is delighted to work together with the stakeholders in line with the commitments of the Global Sports ESG Alliance, especially in areas limiting the harmful effects on the environment. Given its environmental vulnerability, the Maldives will prioritize minimizing the use of single-use plastics and disposable products in workplaces, sporting events, and arenas. Thank you.
So finally, we invite Hyun Jae-jo, President of the Korea Sports Promotion Foundation, please.
Thank you. Korea Sports Promotion Foundation, KSPO, will strive to create a better world through sports ESG. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you everyone all for sharing your sports ESG action plans. Now, I would kindly ask all the guests on stage to place your right hand on the button in front of you. Please place right hand, yes, in front of you, the button. So on my count of 3, we'll press the button together to mark this very important moment for the Global Sports ESG Alliance. So get ready to press the round button with your right hand. So we'll do it on the count of 3. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's all count together 3. Ready? Yes. 3, 2, 1. Press the button. Yes, Global Sports ESG for building a better world together sports. Another big round of applause for everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. We've witnessed the successful declaration of the Global Sports ESG Alliance. Congratulations to everyone involved. Now, let's take a group photo session. Let's take a group photo. Please move forward to the stage, everyone. So we'll proceed with the group photo session. So first of all, take a photo with those who participated in this ceremony. So for this first shot, let's all hold up the declaration document together. All right, everyone, that was very meaningful ceremony. For this first photo, everyone, please hold up the declaration proudly in front of you. Let's capture this important moment. Yes, and everyone, now another big round of applause. Thank you. We'll take another photo without declaration. So if you could please forward your document and get it ready for the next shot. So we're going to have another photo shoot without declaration. So let's all smile and look toward the camera. This photo will be a great memory of today's significant event. Please look at the camera, take a pose, big smile. Thank you, everyone. So we've captured a great moment. So, and next we'll invite our other distinguished guests to join us for the group photo session. So please kindly make your way to the stage and take your positions following the guidance of our staff members. Please stay on the stage. And also I'd like to invite the other distinguished guests to come up to the stage for the group photo session. So let's all smile. Look toward the camera. This photo will be a great memory of today's significant event. Thank you very much. So as we gather for this group photo, let's take a moment to reflect on the significance of this ceremony. So I believe this photo will serve as a lasting reminder of our collective commitment to building a better future through sports ESG. So together we are laying a foundation for impactful changes that will inspire generations to come. So please show us a big smile. Wonderful. Thank you, everyone. So we've captured a great moment. Yes. All right, please show us a big smile. And let's try making a finger heart pose with your hand. Yes, change the pose. No, one more photo. Yes, please big smile. Okay, let's change the pose. One more photo, yeah, actually. Let's try making a finger heart with your hands. Yes, you know that. Finger heart. Yes, right. This hand gesture resembles the letter K, like which was why sometimes called it K heart. Okay, final pose. There will be a final pose. Everyone, please clap your hands. Yes, take a pose by clapping your hands. Wonderful. Wonderful. Thank you very much. That brings us to the end of the group photo session. Thank you once again for your enthusiastic participation for the group photo sessions. Yes, everyone, thank you very much. So before we move on to the next session, we're going to take a break for about 30 minutes. And next session will start at 3:30 p.m. So please enjoy the coffee and refreshments in the lobby area. Feel free to take this opportunity to network and relax. So please return to your seat by 3:30 as we'll reconvene in 30 minutes. Thank you very much. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Now we're going to start the session 2 of the forum. And now Ms. Nancy Park, the head of communications for Asia and International Olympic Committee, will lead the session 2, which will be held under the theme of a sustainable Olympic legacy platform. So without further ado, Nancy Park, the floor is now yours, please.
Thank you. So welcome to session 2. We're going to be focusing this session on sustainable Olympic legacy platforms. Again, I'm Nancy Park. I'm working with the Corporate Communications and Public Affairs Department at the International Olympic Committee. Legacy is a very strategic priority for the International Olympic Committee. As you know, it is specifically addressed in the Olympic Charter, and it's highlighted in our Olympic Agenda 2020+5, which is the IOC's strategic roadmap. The Olympic approach, the strategic approach on legacy involves the IOC working with our stakeholders to ensure that there is a strong legacy for host cities and host countries on a long-term basis to benefit the people of the country. And it's very important that we work with our stakeholders to ensure this legacy, to promote this legacy, and ensure that there's indeed long-term benefits. I'm very pleased to be a part of this forum again this year. I was a part of the forum 2 years ago where there was a lot of great discussion about legacy initiatives and strategically moving forward together with our partners. And it was a great opportunity to be able to share lessons and learn from other organizations on how we can move forward together and how we can share opinions and be stronger together in how we approach legacy. Today we have a number of very distinguished speakers, and I'm very happy to be a part of this strong momentum going forward. I will introduce the speakers one by one, just to let you know, following the presentation of each speaker, we will have the opportunity for questions, and also if we have time at the end, we will also take some questions as well. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce our first keynote speaker, actually, Professor Jean-Louis Chapelet from the University of Lausanne. Actually, I'm very happy to know that Professor was also an employee of the IOC back in the 80s. It's a great honor to also be part of the IOC family as well, so great to see you here. And welcome to the stage.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much for this introduction. Thank you also to the organizers for having invited me. I will give a brief introduction to this session, and I will try to explain how you can obtain a sustainable Olympic legacy. I come from the University of Lausanne. As it was said, Lausanne is the Olympic capital city because we have the IOC as a headquarters since 1915. And many other international federations. So it's a good place to study the Olympic movement, or the Olympic system, as I call it. Well, let's start with legacy. Legacy is a very complicated word. It's a key word in the Olympic lexicon. You have to use it if you want to do something in the Olympic system. But it appeared rather recently. I'll give a little bit of history. It appeared really in 1996 with the Centennial Olympics in Atlanta. The organizing committee of this Centennial Olympics set itself 3 goals. You can read them on the screen. The first one was to conduct the Centennial Olympic Games as well as possible, of course. Second, to share the spirit of the city of Atlanta, the state of Georgia, and the United States itself. And the third goal, as you can see, to leave a positive physical and spiritual legacy. Nowadays, we would say a tangible and intangible legacies, but at the time they said physical and spiritual legacy. And then the IOC itself introduced the word legacy in the Olympic Charter without really giving a definition, but by saying that the IOC's role, among others, is to promote the positive legacy from the Olympic Games to the host cities, region, and countries. And since then, every bid committee, every organizing committee, starting with Sydney 2000, for example, talked about legacy and wanted to achieve legacy. And from the academic side, there was a flurry of research about legacy because everybody wanted to know what was legacy, really. So legacy was clearly a priority, and it is a priority today for the organizing committee. It is enshrined in the Olympic host contract. It is called Olympic host contract. Now it used to be called the host city contract. And as you can see, the organizing committee is supposed to do an integrated sustainability, impact, and legacy strategy and make sure to maximize lasting positive impacts of organizing the Olympics in the host country and region. You know, this is a contract which is signed between the IOC and the organizing committee. But of course, different organizing committees had different ideas about legacy, and I will show you what Lord Sebastian Coe thought about legacy. Lord Sebastian Coe was president of the 2012 organizing committee. He was also president of the bid committee. In 2006, that is 1 year after the games were awarded to London for 2012, he said, legacy is about 9/10 of my work. 1 year later, 2007, he said it's about 50%. He reduced the goal a little bit. And in 2012, just before the games, he said, oh, well, legacy, this is not really my job. And after the games, very interestingly, these are real quotes. I mean, I have the reference, or they come from interviews in the newspapers. After the games, he said, oh, you have to wait for another 10 years to ask about legacy. So it is clear that organizing committees concentrate on delivery. This is their first concern, delivery. And there's a quote here. Successful delivery of the games, the 2012 games, became the order of the day as the opening ceremonies was approaching. Anything else was seen as a distraction from the main goal, that is delivery. Delivering the Olympics is really the most important thing. You cannot talk about legacy without first delivering the Olympics with the Olympic resources which are available, and also according to a certain vision or certain objectives that you want your games to achieve. And this is how you see we can symbolize all this through a triangle, which is called in management control triangle. That is the relationship between the objectives that you set to yourself, that the city's objective, the city's vision, the inputs, the resources that you put in order to achieve these objectives, and the outputs that you obtain, the results. And the results, of course, here, when we talk about the Olympics, are the Olympics themselves. But legacy, for me, is not only about delivery, it is about outcomes, mainly. This is a language that we use in public policy analysis. I come from a school of public administration, so we know a lot about public policy, and we use these words, input, outputs, outcomes. Outcomes are not outputs, of course. We define outcomes as intermediate and final results, short-term impacts, if we want to use this wording, and long-term heritage, that is positive legacy. In English, positive legacy is called heritage. And the best example I can find of this is the title given to Marie Barsac, who is pictured here at the headquarters of the Paris 2024 Organizing Committee. She was Impact and Heritage Director. So meaning that there is a difference between impact and heritage, that is positive legacy. And this helps us to symbolize these ideas through a new triangle that you see represented here, linking inputs and outputs with results, that is outcomes, Olympic results. So we have now two triangles. I try to be a little simple. And we put these two triangles together, and you obtain what I call the Olympic diamond. That is the top triangle about delivery, and the bottom triangle about legacy. And you have to do both. You have inputs coming from all kinds of sources, the IOC itself, through broadcasting and sponsorship deals, through spectators, through ticketing. Public authorities also are often subsidizing the Olympics, and other sources, including the private investors. This is called leveraging money in Olympic parlance. So these are the inputs, and the outputs are the Olympics themselves. If possible, memorable Olympics and Paralympics nowadays. The organizing committee does both, the Olympics and the Paralympics, as well as related programs, such as a cultural program, which is mandated by the host city contract, and also the flame relay, for example. All this has to be organized for the athletes themselves, for the Olympic movement, for the city, for the residents, for the fans. So this is the model that I'm using in order to talk about legacy, which is important, of course, but also delivery is important. And I'm coming to my conclusion. I have not too much time to do this, already passed, sorry. OCOG cannot do both. They cannot do both delivery and legacy. They have to concentrate on delivery, as I said. And why? Because OCOGs are temporary organizations, meaning that they will not be around after a few months, after the end of the Olympics. And therefore, you have to entrust legacy, long-term outcomes, to a permanent organization. This organization has to last much more than the organizing committee. And this is my last slide now. The key, and this is a solution I promised at the beginning, the key for a sustainable Olympic legacy, this is a topic of this panel, is to have a dedicated organization to take care of legacy after the organizing committee has disappeared. And there are several solutions which have been implemented over the years. For example, you have the LA 1984 Foundation, which was founded after the 1984 Olympics, which were a big success. It is a foundation. It is also the case in Utah. That is the state where the Salt Lake City 2002 games were organized. It's the case also of Pyeongchang 2018, and Gongwon 2024, also now foundation. It could be a public agency like KSPO, which is in charge of legacy now. And also in London, you have a London Legacy Development Corporation. It can also be the local authorities, that is the authorities which are owning the facilities and which have to operate the facilities after the Olympics if a legacy from this tangible legacies is to be maintained and sustained. That's all I will say. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor. I should explain maybe why we're laughing here. There's a screen here that in all capital letters is flashing time over, so it's a little bit stressing for the speakers. But all is good. Thank you for the presentation, Professor. Our second presentation from Hyunju Cho, who is a Senior Research Fellow at the Korea Institute of Sports Science. So thank you.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's such a pleasure to be here. Welcome to the 2024 Olympic Legacy Forum, and particularly welcome to this session. I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to Nancy for your kind introduction. Before I start, I would like to show you a short video clip to help you better understand KSPO's Olympic history.
À la ville de Séoul.
김영란의 금메달 2초 1점 타임아웃.
You already give a big round of applause to the celebrate KSPO's breathtaking Olympic history. Today, I would like to discuss why our KSPO is such a unique legacy platform from different four perspectives. First, voluntary origin. Behind KSPO's Olympic journey lies the unstoppable power of volunteerism in the Olympics and sport in general. Despite the ideological clashes and near-war situation during the Cold War from 1970s to the late 1990s, the Olympic continues. Even as the world's the only divided nation, South Korea maintains the thread of sport cooperation between North and South, driven by the voluntary belief that we are one people and must come together. We reach the conclusion of Team Korea and adopt Arirang, a song from both Korean remember from the 1920s, as our team anthem. We also have the Korean Peninsula flag as a continued shared symbol. The role of KSPO as a legacy platform mirrors this volunteerism. While many sport organizations exist in Korea, most are direct or indirect legacies of the Olympics, but none have embraced their role as a legacy platform as voluntarily as KSPO. Secondly, platform based on the public-private collaboration. Internationally, many sport organizations sit at the extreme of public and private sectors. KSPO, on the other hand, occupies a unique middle ground, being both a public asset and operating within the commercial and non-profit private markets. Domestically, KSPO is a public institution that raises the National Sports Promotion Fund, but promoting national sport inherently means understanding and supporting individual grassroots sport actively. Thirdly, attention to global agendas. I must thank KSPO Chairman Cho Hyun-jae for awakening me to the legacy value of KSPO and supporting me in developing a framework that aligns with the global agendas. This framework, though modified in its becoming to the creating, has become the conceptual foundation of KSPO's Olympic legacy. This could include global SDGs and UNESCO's Fit for Life initiative, influenced by my work on sports for development and related research. Fourthly, KSPO as an active volcano. KSPO is not a dormant volcano, but an active one, constantly evolving. The Olympic Legacy Vision Framework applies to the 2018 Pyeongchang Winter Olympics legacy research, has extended to the international sport policy encompassing UN and UNESCO's policy on sports for development. Today, KSPO is the most aligned Olympic legacy platform with UNESCO's Fit for Life slogan. Supported by KSPO, KISS is executing the agendas of youth development through sport, through research, field application, and international disseminations. This photo shows a program in Mongolia developed by the KISS to promote global citizenship through sport. The continuous effort of KISS as a UNESCO chair institution are thanks to the KSPO's steadfast role as an Olympic legacy platform. We also had a similar project last week in Kazakhstan, and we hope more mutual cooperation between UNESCO and Olympic movement organizations and also Korea. I hope through my presentation, you all have an opportunity to reflect on why KSPO is such a precious and unique Olympic legacy platform. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Actually, while you're speaking about the volunteerism from 1988, I actually see a gentleman in the crowd who, and I'm going to put him on the spot here, He was the chairman of the 1988 Volunteer Association, and he's a living legacy of volunteerism in Korea. I see him in the audience. Perhaps you can stand up. This gentleman is a living legacy of 1988. And I do know for certain that after several conversations with him, he has been volunteering at many Olympic Games, and so also very important to the legacy of 1988 Seoul. Sorry to put you on the spot. I just saw you and I thought it was amazing that you're here. Our next presentation, Haram Kim, Head of Education and Legacy for the Pyeongchang 2018 Legacy Foundation. I have known Haram Kim for 10 years, and I have to say he has a lot of talents, but he is also a living legacy of Pyeongchang. And he's also very much involved in sport, and his passion also was one of the factors to the success for Kangwon 2024. So off to you.
Okay, well, thank you for that amazing introduction, Nancy. Hi guys, my name's Haram. I grew up in Australia, so I have a slight accent, so just bear with me. So I'm from the Pyeongchang 2018 Legacy Foundation. So basically we're a foundation that was created after the 2018 Games to run legacy projects after the Games. So we're like the baby brother or sister of KSPO, because they take care of 88 and we're 2018. So today, I just want to talk about how our foundation, how a legacy entity can work from the beginning of the Olympic Games to create, I guess, a continuing legacy. Because what we did in Pyeongchang was very unique. We had the 2018 Games, but then 6 years later, we had the 2024 Winter Youth Olympic Games. And I think no other country has done that before. And right now, following our model, Milan is trying to actually do the same thing. Now, I don't know if you know much about organizing or bidding for the Games, but it's actually, especially in Korea, it's very unique, where you have the bid committee, and then once you win the bid, or once you win the Games, you transition into an OCOG, and then you run the Games, and then there's a legacy entity. So usually, there's barely anybody that does everything from start to finish. So our foundation was actually very fortunate where we were part of the bid committee. So when the whole idea came out for Kangwon 2024, we were invited to all the meetings, and we actually wrote the bid file for legacy and youth engagement. And then moving on from that, we were actually part of the whole process. I'd say there's like 3 or 4 people that were part of the whole process from start to finish. Because in Korea, what's unique is a lot of the government people kind of join, and then they get seconded out, and then somebody else replaces them. But for us, we were there for the whole process. So which meant was, for Kangwon 2024, we made sure that legacy was like the main event, and youth engagement was the main event. And that from the planning stage to the delivery stage, that legacy was the forefront. Now, this is a slide, I think Nancy told me before, she's like, I think you're using the same slides. And it is correct. This is the slide that I showed the IOC back in 2020 when I said, look, we're bidding for Kangwon 2024, and what we're going to do is we're not going to spend money. We're going to use programs that our foundation is running already, and we're just going to add the Kangwon 2024 element into it. We're going to save money. That was the original plan. So let me give you some examples. At the time, Suworang and Bandabi, they're the mascots for the Pyeongchang 18 Games. So we've been running these camps every year where we invite about 12,000 youth from Korea to our Pyeongchang venues to do sports camps. So we do 3-day sports camps all throughout the year. So what we said to the IOC was, look, we've got the Suworang and Bandabi camps. We're just going to add Kangwon 2024, so that when we have 12,000 kids coming every year, they're going to learn about 2024. Another thing that we learned from 2018 is people don't watch the games if they don't know what the games are about. So if they don't know what snowboard is, or if they don't know what ski jump is, what the scoring is, nobody's going to watch it. So we developed this educational web portal in 2016, and what we did was we reopened that and branded everything into Kangwon 2024. And then we also had programs like the Dream Program. I know DTM is here, but this is something different, where we invite people, young athletes from countries without snow every year to Pyeongchang and run 2-week sports camps. We've been running this since 2004, and then we transitioned that into, okay, let's bring these athletes and try to help them qualify for Gangwon 2024. So that's how we kind of transitioned everything from the beginning. And some other things we restarted. So in Pyeongchang 2018, what we did was I was part of the education team, and my job was to connect with the youth. We visited, I think, about 200 schools all throughout Korea. So we said, look, not everybody can come to the Olympic Games. We will go to you. So we visited all these schools. So we restarted this program in 2023, last year. And we were fortunate to get a lot of funding from the government, and we ended up visiting 320 schools, and we engaged over 35,000 students. So we created this big truck that had the Gangwon 2024 branding, and we went all over Korea to promote the games, and then we had Olympians visit the schools, and they tried winter sport, so they knew about Gangwon 2024. Because, to be honest, we did a survey in early 2023. Everybody below Seoul had no idea we're doing the Youth Olympic Games. So I think that was something that we worked from the beginning with. On top of all these things, we ended up actually, remember I said before we didn't want to spend extra money? Well, we lied. So on top of this, we looked at some things that were lacking in the games, or some other, how can we connect Pyeongchang to 2024? And the term New Horizons always came out. And I don't know if people here remember, but when Pyeongchang 2018 won the bid to host the games in 2011, we promised to create a New Horizons in winter sport. And what we promised was, we promised the IOC that through the Pyeongchang Games, we're going to help countries that don't have winter sport infrastructure or winter sport athletes compete in the Winter Olympic Games. So we took that idea from 2011 and we carried it on. And we created a program called the New Horizons Academy, where we invited over 120 athletes from countries that had no snow, so Africa, Southeast Asia, South America. And we told the NOCs, look, send me your summer sport athletes, and we'll bring them to Korea every year, and we're going to test them, we're going to try all the winter sports, and we're going to see if they match, and then we're going to take them to competitions, and we're going to try to get them into Gangwon 2024. We were expecting maybe 5 to 10 to qualify, but for an amazing reason, we actually had 25 participants from 8 countries that 2 years before never tried winter sport, transitioned and qualified for Gangwon 2024. And 2 of them actually ended up winning medals in bobsleigh. So we had Agnesi Campbell from Thailand. That was the first ever winter medal for Thailand. And then we also had Jonathan from Tunisia. And that was their first ever winter medal. A lot of people ask me, why is Korea wasting money? Well, yeah, that's the actual term they use. Why are they on foreign athletes? We should use it in Korean athletes. And you know what? Right now, we can tell them because Thailand, after they won the medal, now they've been they're in Korea now, training at our facilities at their own cost to try to get into 2026. It's created a winter sport boom. And that is, in effect, they're spending, I think, $300,000 this year in Korea, in Pyeongchang. So I always tell them now, at the time, I was like, oh, just wait, this is going to play out. But now I can, safely say to the government, look, we invested this much money. We're going to get it back for the next 20 years. And the last thing we did, 2 other things we did, was, we don't have much on, so I'm going to run through this. Nancy was there, where Nancy kind of called me in November, and the background was all my projects were finished in November. And then for the games, I had my wife booked at the hotel, and we're going to go watch the games with my family. We're going to have a good time. And then Nancy invited me to a meeting, and we had a discussion, and I think we're like, what can we do to make the games better? And it was, let's bring more youth. Because, it's the youth games, let's bring more youth. During the Pyeongchang Games, we had about 50,000 youth come to the games. And so we made a deal where we said, okay, let's go for another 50,000 for the youth games. So the last 2 months, I didn't see my wife, but we got pretty busy. We ended up getting, I think, about 50,000 youth from Korea to come to the games. We provided transportation and food, and we gave teachers the handbooks and safety guides and everything. So, that was something that was pretty exciting. And then finally, our foundation was able to run the festive sites. So, in the Olympic Games, there's all these festival sites. Our foundation was able to do this. And I think through the different festive sites in the 4 venues, we had over 100,000 youth come in, youth and spectators come and visit. I think, I just want to wrap up by saying that I think us as a small entity, we're only like 30 people. We were able to do this for the past 2 years because we were part of the discussions very early. I think, for 2018, we actually failed a little bit where legacy wasn't a big deal for us, and that's why it took us a year to create our foundation. But for 2024, we learned from our mistakes and we said, look, we got to be here from the beginning and we got to keep doing this because if we don't do this is people are going to make venues and it's not going to be used. They're going to spend a lot of money that's not going to be used, and that's just not sustainable. So I think it's really important that legacy is started at the beginning, a concrete plan is there, and then that it's carried out. And out of this, I guess I can say our foundation name has actually officially changed last week. So we were the Pyeongchang 2018 Legacy Foundation, but now we're actually the Pyeongchang 2018 and Gangwon 2024 Legacy Foundation. All right, so anyway, I hope this case study kind of opened your eyes a little bit, but thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Haram. And I'd have to say the IOC is very appreciative of your efforts at the Youth Olympic Games. Not only did we have all those youth visiting the games, they also had a great experience. We wanted to make sure that they understood what they were doing, what they were watching. They had a great time so that we could create some lasting memories and hopefully some Olympic super fans. So our next presenter is Liu Ying, Head of Projects Department at the Beijing Olympic City Development Association. I had the pleasure of meeting this very fine lady from Boda to talk about all of the great things that China is doing to promote legacy, and there's a lot of very ambitious projects going on at the time. So, without further ado.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests, dear friends. I'm Liu Ying from the Beijing Olympic City Development Association, which is also known as BODA. It's my great honor to represent Beijing at the forum and to share with you our thought on the topic of shared benefits through the Olympic legacy. I do believe that you still remember the truly exceptional Olympic Winter Games Beijing 2022, 2 years ago. It received wide recognition around the world and made Beijing the first city ever in the world to host both summer and winter editions of Olympic Games. The goal of engage 300 million people in winter sports is fulfilled. Clean and renewable energy is widely used. The cutting-edge broadcasting technology pushed the Winter Games audience rating to a new high. Meanwhile, the game accelerated the urban renewal. In particular, the Shougang Park in Beijing has set a world model of reusing the industry heritage to facilitate the urban regeneration. The 2 editions of Olympic Games left profound changes on Beijing and China. The Olympic spirit is deeply rooted in the people's heart. The game vision of Green Games, high-tech games, and the People's Games has been incorporated into the city's long-term development strategy. Olympic venue has become city iconic landmark and opened to the public after the game. The 2 games have left the city and people with lasting, invaluable, tangible, and intangible assets. BODA has founded in 2009 with a vision of carrying on the Olympic spirit and build a better city. Since then, it has played an active role in the carrying on the Olympic legacy to promoting city development and the national fitness for all. As a professional organization, it was deeply involved in the bidding and the preparation for the 2022. And as an Olympic legacy entity, BODA has continued to work as a unique and active platform and the enabler for the Olympic legacy. At present, our partner and stakeholders has grown to 114 organizations and personal members in total, with the Vice Mayor of Beijing as the chairwoman. Next, I would like to share with you the two highlights of Olympic BODA's practice. BODA has hosted 15 editions of the Beijing Olympic City Sports and Culture Festival since 2010, which include a series of public and youth sports events and activities, which attracted a total of 50 million participants. Meanwhile, BODA also has organized a series of Olympic education activities in schools across Beijing, include football, basketball, painting, photography competitions, as well as Olympic sports camps, involve more than 300,000 students in over 1,000 schools. As an Olympic legacy entity, BODA has established a close tie with many international organizations, such as IOC, IPC, IFS, WOC, and Sports Accord, and many other Olympic cities like Seoul and Pyeongchang, and host many international events and conferences, such as the third World Union of Olympic Cities Summit and the first World Conferences on Sports for All. In cooperation with COC, BODA created the China House at Rio 2016 and Pyongyang 2018. Moreover, BODA has also hosted the 10th edition, the Olympic City Development Forum, where we shared our practice in promoting of Olympic legacy with Olympic cities. In recent years, BODA has launched a series of exhibitions to bring Olympic spirit and Olympic culture close to the general public. Meanwhile, BODA brought a public lecture about Beijing 2008 and Beijing 2022 to the school, residential communities, and the public institutions to spread Olympic knowledge and the Olympic culture. Last, BODA is running Beijing Olympic Museum. We opened to the public in February 2024. The museum sits at the bird nest and covered an area of 24,000 square meters. It showcases the splendid achievements and the legacy of Beijing 2008 and Beijing 2022. Now, the museum is essentially a platform for the Olympic education, Olympic research, cultural exhibitions, and other a public space to experience Olympic dream and the joy of sports. We will warmly welcome all of you to visit Beijing Olympic Museum. Last but not least, let's watch a video of Beijing.
Beijing.
Thank you.
Thank you for the very inspiring presentation. Always the numbers from China are very impressive. And our last speaker today, I'd like to introduce the CEO of the Sydney Olympic Park Authority, Carla Armanet.
I'm absolutely thrilled to be here today to share with you Sydney's legacy story. Sydney Olympic Park is on Wongal country of the Aboriginal people, over 640 hectares of land, which includes 430 hectares of pristine parklands. We manage over $2.5 billion of infrastructure assets. We still host over 5,000 events a year, but one big difference, we now have 5,500 residents living on site. To appreciate where we've come, it's important to know where it all started. And back in the mid-1900s, Sydney Olympic Park, the area which is now known as Sydney Olympic Park, was used for agricultural and industrial purposes. It became highly degraded, and we started an urban renewal program in the early 80s. But after the then president of the IOC, Juan Antonio Samaranch, announced that Sydney was the winner of the 2000 Games, that's when our legacy story started. The government committed $3 billion to prepare Sydney for hosting the Olympic and Paralympic Games. Part of that delivery included the remediation of over 900 cubic metres of contaminated lands. It was the largest remediation program in Australia's history. It also included the removal of over 10 kilometres of overhead power lines. And it also included the commitment to develop and build the critical infrastructure in stadia and sports, as well as transport infrastructure with new train stations, ferry wharves and roads to support the Olympic and Paralympic Games, but then to sustain our communities after the Games had come. The Games were incredible, and in the 6-week period, Sydney Olympic Park, as the main site for its delivery, hosted over 5.7 million people in that 6-week window. But when you think about the immediate legacy for Sydney, a few things come to my mind. We had an economic return of over $10 billion. We had legacy infrastructure and sports venues, which are still highly utilised today. We had an accelerated use and participation in sports across the entire nation, and not even just the Olympic sports. And then we also increased our industry with stadium designers, constructions of sports infrastructure, and major event managers. But the Olympics and the foundation from the Olympics was just the beginning. And for us to continually evolve, we must look at a paradigm shift in the way that we operate at Sydney Olympic Park. How do people connect with Sydney Olympic Park? How must we program in Sydney Olympic Park for the future? What does our growing community need as we start to transition from an event town to a thriving community that supports major events and sports outcomes? There has been significant growth since 2000. We now have 6 residential neighbourhoods within 3 kilometres of Sydney Olympic Park, which is now the core of this neighbourhood. 50,000 residents live within 3 kilometres of Sydney Olympic Park now, and this is expected to double in the decade. Thank you. Now, the Olympics set an immediate legacy for Sydney Olympic Park, but the evolution of Sydney Olympic Park will continue to grow. And here are the big moves that we are implementing as we transition to 2050. More housing and more affordability. We'll get the housing mix right and we will do density well. An active high street and public domain. This is about bringing vibrancy and activation into the precinct day and night, and moving away from the Olympic super lots and starting to bring intimacy into the precinct with small lanes, plazas, more hospitality, more venues. We will consider the facilities for our growing community. What do they need in the future to sustain their lives within Sydney Olympic Park? We will embed into our planning libraries, schools, community hubs. That's our beautiful community today. We will awaken the Armoury, an incredible riverside precinct over 100 hectares, which also includes 100 heritage buildings that are ready for revitalisation. We will unlock the small spaces. We will celebrate pick-up sports, social gatherings in a flexible and agile environment. We will create more places and less parking. And as we move to a car-light precinct, we will start to transition our parking areas to more community outcomes. A really good example of this is Urban Surf Sydney, which just opened in April of this year. You can now ride the best surf waves in the Southern Hemisphere in the middle of Sydney Olympic Park. We will rejuvenate our green spaces. We will consider how our community needs respite and solace, will need recreation outcomes, will look to expand our active transport laneways. We will think about nature positive. With a country-first approach to our sustainable development, we will make ecological and environmental outcomes just as critically important as the economic return of those developments. We'll create more connections with transport. The New South Wales Government has now committed to the development of this high-speed metro rail and the light rail tram system. On completion of those two jobs, Sydney Olympic Park will now be fundamentally embedded in Greater Sydney. 5 minutes to Parramatta, and we will then be able to get to the Opera House and the Harbour Bridge in 15 minutes. Now all of these moves will create transformative results. Our residents will increase by 400%. Our students to 5,000 a day. And we will create new jobs for our local community and the people of Greater Sydney. We'll have some great place results. Our homes and dwellings will increase by 400%. Our retail floor space will increase by 500%. And you can see that the development to date has been significant, but we still have a lot more to deliver. Now for us, the legacy of the 2000 Sydney Olympics and Paralympics was a moment in time, but the evolution of Sydney Olympic Park will continue for generations to come. It is loved by locals and known globally, and we are committed to transform Sydney Olympic Park to a thriving community which will remain a very special place for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carla. Great to see that there's still some great momentum coming from 2000. So we do have some time for questions. I know that there is a lot of great interest in this topic. We have a lot of great speakers here today, and their knowledge combined could, really conquer the Olympic movement, I think. So if you have any questions, please raise your hand. Please also state your name and the organization or the school that you represent. And we will take some questions for these very distinguished speakers. Question in the front, I see. We have a runner.
My name is Mike Chang. I'm Asia Skating Union. Maybe Nancy Bach, you know me. Thank you very much. Today, Seoul Olympic Legacy Forum, but I speak for the winter sports because of we have 2018 Pyeongchang Winter Olympic Games, but no legacy until today. So I ask Aran Kim, you speak to the education, but education and facility and the legacy is quite different. So I don't know why they don't care about the legacy program because of, as I know, Winter Foundation, we have a big money, but they spend all the education. Education means development. So this is not the legacy. So we have World Championship last year short track, but we use Mokdong ice rink as a 30 years old ice rink. Only 3,600 spectators. But in Pyeongchang Olympic, short track and the figure facility is 10,000 people can sit. So I'm very disappointed why they don't care about the legacy program in Pyeongchang Winter Games. So I suggest to you, you spend the money, also spend the time for legacy program for the Pyeongchang Winter Olympic Games. Because of Winter Olympic Games already 6 years passed until today, but they don't have any legacy programs. Please regard to this program. Thank you.
I can answer that. Yeah, sir, thank you for those points. So anyway, yeah, this is actually a great time to clarify a few things. So our foundation was founded with the surplus of the Pyeongchang Olympic Games, which was approximately $55 million. And that money is now for us set into a fund. So we have money that we cannot use. So all the projects that our foundation run is something that we get separate from the government when we apply. And I think when we say education, for us, when we say education, it's important for us to open our venues to youth in Korea. So when you say we don't do, we're not using the money for sport, we're actually using that money for the youth. We're just not using that money for elite athletes because we feel that's more of the KSLC and the Olympic Committee's role. And the other point that I think that's really important here is there are a lot of venues that have some slight problems, but the Gangneung Ice Arena is not one of them. I feel like I was at that World Cup event last year in Mokdong, and I understand what you're saying, but the problem is we've been asking the national federations to use our ice facilities since 2018. But it's not because they don't want to, there's just TV rights, there's spectators, there's all these other considerations that the organizing committees of these events have to think about. So our foundation doesn't have the correct, or we don't have the final say in when that's happening. But on a happy note, our ice arena in Gangneung is actually probably one of the most used venues out of all the other venues right now, where we have a 50-meter swimming pool in the basement, which is used by the population of Gangneung. And then the second floor, the main floor, is actually converted into a gymnasium, and that can be reconverted back into an ice arena. So for, I guess, the Gangwon 2024 games, we actually got rid of the basketball court and reconditioned it back into an ice arena. I guess what I want to say is, we're happy to work with the ISU and the Korean Skating Union to bring events into, Pyeongchang. We've worked with the Korean Ice Hockey Federation. We've had competitions in Pyeongchang. But sometimes it's just out of my hands. But we will keep working to make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Haram. I think sometimes a lot of people think about legacy in terms of venue legacy, and that is also very important. But it's also important to note that we also want to think about legacy in terms of the social impact on the host city and the host country. It's not just about whether the venues are being used, of course they need to, but it's also about the social impact, which has a lot of different aspects as well. So that's also very important. And we do know that the legacy foundations here are all focused on those kind of different concepts. And if any of our speakers have anything to add, please feel free, or we can go to the next question. I think we need a mic.
Thank you, Nancy. James Edwards from Australian Olympic Committee. I wanted to continue the Australian theme. Thank you, Carla. We're all very proud of Sydney Olympic Park. And thank you, Aaron Kim, for explaining the legacy in Korea in a very thick Australian accent. My question is for Professor Chapelet. So, we have, in Australia, we're currently planning what might be the legacy from Brisbane 2032. We're 8 years away, and we're torn between what is legacy and what is impact, the short-term versus long-term. I would like to hear your views maybe on how we might best go about this, because as Nancy says, in Brisbane, 85% of the venues are already complete, so we have this great opportunity for social impact, but we're tossing up between what is legacy and what is impact, short-term versus long-term.
Well, you said it. Impact is short-term, and the organizing committee can be in charge of it, at least while they prepare in a few weeks or few months after the games, but legacy is for the long-term. So you need another organization. And what many organizing committees or host cities make a mistake is to wait too long to create such a legacy organization. The legacy organization should be, in my opinion, created as soon as possible. Of course, it is going to grow, but it has to think about what will be this legacy over the years, especially the intangible legacy, which is difficult to pinpoint sometimes. And it all depends on funding, of course. In LA, I think LA 84, which is the best example, there was a huge surplus of the operational budget of the games, and therefore they were able to create this foundation, which is still in existence, which recently celebrated its 40th anniversary. It's a question of funding, of course. Sometimes the funding comes from, especially for the non-material legacy, intangible legacies. You need the funding to create all these programs that we have heard of. You cannot do it without some funds. And also you need people, of course, and these people, they have to work within a legacy organization. It could be a foundation, it could be a public agency, it could be an association, it could be the cities eventually, or which have hosted the events. I mean, there are different solutions, but clearly if you don't have an organization in charge, it is not going to work because nobody will take care of it and there will be no funding. I hope it explains. That's clearly, you made it, the difference is impact is short-term, legacy is long-term, and legacy cannot be taken care by the organizing committee because the organizing committee will not exist after a few months or years after the games.
Thank you. I see a question on this side.
Good afternoon. Hello, I'm Halina from the Asia Pacific Economic Cooperation Secretariat. I would like to ask a question to Carla. Carla, I am so excited, especially on your outlines on the upcoming big moves. My question is, what is your secret recipe in addressing maybe varying or conflicting priorities, budgets, or even expectations from the mayor, the council, or even the local administrator for Sydney? Thank you.
Is this on?
Yes.
Look, we have a significant program in terms of our master planning. So one of the benefits of Sydney Olympic Park Authority, we are also a local planning authority, which also links to the ongoing legacy of Sydney Olympic Park, that the authority was established the year after the Games and has had custodianship over Sydney Olympic Park ever since. Now, in terms of the priorities in how we develop and master plan and move forward in our planning, we work with our priorities. Obviously, there's a political priority program that we need to also support, and housing is one of those in this current term. That doesn't dissuade what our master planning has focused on over the last 25 years. So for us to ensure the success of Sydney Olympic Park is to ensure that we have a daily critical mass within Sydney Olympic Park. So we're increasing our residents, our workers, and we're also then ensuring that we can host major events and sporting meets within that precinct. We work with developers to help support us in their delivery. So we have an infrastructure fund which is linked to all of our project development, and that fund is then used to sustain the ongoing outcomes within the park.
Thank you. Gentleman at the back.
Hello, everyone. My name is Mohammed. I'm from Jordan. I have a question. I don't know if we should be proud of our award from gender equality point. Why should we wait until 2024 in Olympics to be gender equality like 50-50 from participation? So do you think in the future it's going to be this point, a gender equality of participation, to be a legacy for next Olympics? Thank you.
So I guess this question is for me. At Paris, we're very happy to have 50-50 gender equality in terms of the quota places. This has been achieved not very suddenly. It's been a gradual development, and now we have gender equality here, and so this is something that we want to maintain for future Olympic Games. In terms of the athletes, that is the case. Of course, in other sectors, we don't have the gender equality in terms, for example, media representatives, executives in those areas. And so we're in the Olympic movement, we are seeking to move towards gender equality, and that's something that's achieved gradually. A lot of efforts have been made by the IOC internally within our organization as well. We have a lot of more female representation among our IOC commissions, amongst the IOC staff. Some more work needs to be done in the IOC leadership, I would say, to be clear and honest. But we believe that by setting this example, we can have other organizations within the Olympic movement to follow the example and also work towards this very important priority for the Olympic movement. I see a question over here, and then we'll go to the center.
Okay, thank you very much for the speaker. So I'm Puspa Nagati, I'm from Indonesia. Currently, I'm working in Chungkwancang Gradspark Volleyball. So I want to talk about the legacy. You guys are from the developed country. We know maybe most of the participants coming from the developing country. So we are talking about, so I'm not going to talk about the Olympic legacy in general, but I really want to know about your advice for the developing country to develop and maintain the legacy for the sports event, because as we know, in Asia, in Africa, they have a lot of problem for the intangible legacy. So. So that's my questions. What's your advice for this? Thank you so much.
I actually think this is for the professor.
Well, sport legacy is very difficult. It's one of these intangible legacies which is very difficult to achieve. And there has been many studies to see whether, for example, there is more sport participation after an Olympics. And in general, there is little or known. There is a bit of a increase in sport participation right after the Olympics, but it's very difficult to sustain because the sport organizations in general are not ready to accept more people than they already have to participate in sport. We have a case nowadays in France, for example. I just read it in the paper. The budget for the National Olympic Committee has been reduced from the state budget because it's financed by the state mostly, and that means that the national sports federations in France will receive less money. So they will be not able really to accommodate more sports participants than they already do. So again, if you want a sport participation legacy, you need funding and sustained funding for as many years as possible, probably through a sport ministry or some sport agency, and people to be in charge of this. Because the existing infrastructure, the national sports federation, the clubs in general, they are already very busy. And if you want to increase sport participation, you need to increase the capabilities, capacity to host more sport participants. So it's something which is very difficult to achieve, and which has not been achieved many times back in history. There has been many studies on this, and even in London, for example, after London 2012, sport participation now has not increased compared to what it was before.
Oh, maybe I can add a bit. Of course, the funding is very important, but I can talk about the Korean cases because by the time we were hosting the game of 1988 Olympics, we were definitely a developing country. So nowadays, we have a kind of the educational course for inviting the government officers who works in the sports field to actually sharing our knowledge, how we have been using, our human resources. So I think one of the things, whether you notice that as a legacy or not, intentionally you have to put the effort to educating and raising the people who works in this field. So for the sport development, the human resources who work in the sport development is the key things. I think that's the Korean cases, and also that's why we wanted to share the know-how of ours to the other countries.
Thank you. Unfortunately, we don't have time for any more questions. We're getting this stress from the screens at the top with these flashing time over. But I just wanted to ask Boda here. We have representative from China because we've always been very impressed by the very ambitious vision of China to get 300 million youth and people to be involved in winter sport. And at the time, 300 million is a very large number. It's very ambitious, and we weren't sure if China was going to reach it. You reached it. I saw your great infographic, which everybody should really take a look at because it's in your books, but it's a really nice infographic about the vision that China has and that Boda is part of. And now you've reached 346 million. So maybe just a quick comment on how you're able to maintain that momentum because it's difficult to maintain the momentum, how you can keep being strong on the vision.
I thought someone will be interested in the number. Actually, China is a huge population, so this number is for us is not that's That's big. Actually, before the Winter Olympic Games, the government has released many supportive policy to encourage or attract people to involve the Winter Olympic Games. And the mass winter sports activities are carried out in most of China. And the school have also set many Olympic subjects in daily teaching. So we attract people using 7 years during the preparation. And we during that time, more and more people involve themselves into the winter sports, and more and more people interested in the winter sports. After the Beijing 2022, all the venues are opened to the public, and especially the special day, the anniversary, the venue will open to the public for free. And the promotion and the influence of ice and snow culture are increased. Especially, we think to spread Olympic spirit, I think the most important thing is to carry out the youth Olympic education. So as I just said before, Boulder focus on the youth Olympic education. We want to inspire a new generation to involve the Winter Olympic Games, Olympic sports. Thank you.
Yes, I'm getting the evil eye from the crowd here. So thank you to our speakers for the great presentations today and for the very good discussion. Please don't go anywhere. We're going to start the next session right away, I believe. So thank you to our speakers again. And for our next speakers, please come to the stage. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much to all our speakers once again and for their insightful presentations and the discussions around the theme of Sustainable Olympic Legacy platform were truly thought-provoking, and I believe that we've all gained a deeper understanding of the importance of the sustainability in sport. And a special thanks to our session chair, of course, Ms. Nancy Parr, for the perfect chair. So guiding us through the session perfectly, and also to all of you in the audience for your engaging questions and that enriched the conversation even further. Thank you very much. So that brings us to the end of the session too. So without any further ado, we have no break and we move on to the next sessions. So as we move forward, we're excited to introduce Session 3. So once again, the speakers in the Session 3 will now come up to the stage for the discussion. Yes, once again, we're going to have no break. So as we move forward, we're excited to introduce Session 3. So I would like to invite 4 remarkable speakers of the Session 3, which will be held under the theme of Olympic achievements and the spread of Olympism. So now I would like to invite Minori Lee, Head of the Solution Management, Gangwon 2024 Youth Olympic Organizing Committee, and also please come forward to the stage Juyeon Jin, Professor, University of Seoul, Department of Sports Science. Mikako Kutani, Executive Board Member of Olympic Council of Asia and Senior Executive Board Member, Japanese Olympic Committee. And our last speaker will be Anthony Lee, Director, Singapore National Olympic Council. All right, please come up to the stage. Once again, Ms. Nancy Park will serve as our chair for this session. And we are very honored to have 4 distinguished speakers and presenters who will share their expertise. So please stay engaged and look forward to another round of enlightening discussions. Yes, when our speakers are ready, we're going to start the Session 3. Please still remain here. All right, everyone. Session 3 is now ready. Ms. Nancy Park, please lead that session.
Thank you. And again, please don't leave. Please stay for this session. This session is actually a very interesting session, talking about the Olympic achievements and the spread of Olympicism, which is obviously a very important topic. Again, please don't leave. Come back. Come back. So with us today, we have some distinguished speakers as well to speak about different achievements over past Olympic Games, past Youth Olympic Games, as well as some different perspectives. We have combined here again a lot of knowledge that we'd like to transfer onto you, and it's very important that we all try to work together as we are stronger together with all of this important knowledge to share. Always, it's very important that we take key learnings with us so that we can progressively go to improve as we move forward, as there are always new Olympic organizing committees, new host cities, new host countries, and we feel it's very important to share this knowledge so that we can move forward together. I'll introduce our first speaker. Actually, I know this gentleman very well. He was the Senior Manager of Comms at Gangwon 2024, responsible for promoting the Youth Olympic Games there. And I see now he's got a new title, Head of the Dissolution Management for Gangwon 2024. So without further ado, Jinho Lee will present.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jinho Lee, the head of Dissolution Management from Gangwon 2024. I'm thrilled and proud to be able to successfully host the Youth Olympic Games following the 4-year preparation. And I'm very pleased to share our experience with you today at the Seoul Olympic Legacy Forum. During my presentation, I'll be focusing on the achievement and legacy of Gangwon 2024 and the effort made to host the successful Youth Olympic Games. To start with, I'm going to brief you on the overview of Gangwon 2024. The fourth Winter Youth Olympic Games was held in Gangwon from January 19th to February 1st, 2024 for 14 days. Our slogan was Grow Together, Shine Forever, and we had our lovely mascot, Mungcho. The key brands such as slogan, mascot, medal, theme song, and choreography, etc. were developed together with the youth. Next is achievement. In Gangwon 2024, 7 sports, 15 disciplines, and 81 events were held, and 1,802 athletes participated from 78 NOCs. In addition, 6,317 volunteers joined and worked together to support our games. 500,000 spectators visited venues and enjoyed the Youth Olympic Games. And in total, 560,000 tickets were sold. Furthermore, 18 companies provide sponsorship to Gangwon 2024. Gangwon 2024 was the first Winter Youth Olympic Games held in Asia, which led to numerous challenges and difficulties. However, in the end, we achieved unprecedented success in the Youth Olympic Games history. There were rave reviews from the IOC, international and domestic media for its world-class venues and seamless operations. IOC President Thomas Bao also praised that Gangwon 2024 was a resounding success. Without the effort made by the organizing committee, volunteers, and various stakeholders, we wouldn't have been able to hold the Youth Olympic Games successfully. And I would like to share with you their effort in detail. First, safety operations. The organizing committee established safety measures with the government and made joint response to crisis. For counterterrorism and fire, 11 organizations, including Counterterrorism Safety Headquarters, Ministry of National Defense, Gangwon State worked together, and total of 1,900 people were assigned to ensure safe competitions. We also made sure that we are well prepared to potential issues in all areas, including infectious disease, cold wave, telecommunication, and energy. In particular, we work closely and preemptively with Korea Disease Control and Prevention Agency and Ministry of Food and Drug Safety to prevent infectious disease in advance and ensure safety throughout the games. Second, seamless service for athletes. We provided customized transport service. According to the athletes' schedule, we organized 11 routes and operated buses every 15 minutes. A total of 3,000 clients used this service. Next, we ensured athletes' comfortable stay in the Youth Olympic Village. Inside the village, AEP, fitness centers, the medical center, and the NOC service center were available to athletes and team officials. Athletes were able to enjoy 3 meals a day, and the dining hall operated from 5:30 a.m. to 10 p.m. We also operated 61 F&B facilities in competition and non-competition venues, allowing clients and spectators to grab a snack at any time. Third, we laid the foundation for the successful games through a solid promotional strategy. We set 3 strategies for effective promotion. First, we bought all the media within target journey. Second, we set intensive promotion period. Third, we collaborated with various organizations for effective promotion. Fourth, we encouraged public participation through cultural events. Prior to the games, we went on an 80-day torch tour across the nation along with the youth, providing opportunities to engage in the Youth Olympic Games. During the games time, K-pop concert as well as cultural art performance and exhibition took place to create a festival where you can enjoy sports and K-culture together. And for young visitors, we operated different kinds of sports experience programs, including mini ski jumping, mini biathlon, mini ice hockey, VR experience, etc. at the festival site. We also developed a metaverse platform where the youth could enjoy and experience the competition beyond time and space. The organizing committee created venues in a virtual space with a bit of fantasy element, and users were able to walk around and have fun using their own avatars. Users played sports games like bobsleigh, curling, and ski jumping in a virtual space, and also watched the live competition through a 3D multi-view camera. Fifth, we actively utilized the legacy from the previous Olympic Games. No new competition venues were built, and we used 100% of existing facilities. The total budget of Gangwon 2024 accounted for only 3.5% of the budget for Pyeongchang 2018. The workforce in the organizing committee was also a legacy. 90% of our workforce had experiences participating in Pyeongchang 2018, although the figure stood only at 14% of workforce for Pyeongchang 2018. We were able to well prepare and ensure smooth operation based on their expertise and knowledge. Last but not least, legacy. Lastly, I would like to talk about the legacy. To begin with, engagement along the youth. Youth Olympic Games was for, with, and by youth. To that end, we have done many activities with the youth from the planning phase. The youth engaged in many areas of our games, including the development of mascot, slogan, theme song, choreography, and medal design. Next, a new attempt for future generations. In Gangwon 2024, we challenged ourselves and tried out new ways for the future generation. To name a few, we created the first ever Youth Olympic Games metaverse and adapt the digital cauldron. Lastly, expanding and promoting the winter sports. 5 countries participated in the Winter Youth Olympic Games for the first time. Furthermore, athletes from countries where they have never seen snow, such as Thailand and Tunisia, won the first medals at the Winter Youth Olympic Games. It has been a truly wonderful journey working as a part of the organizing committee, and I hope I have shared it with you through my presentation. Thank you for your time. 감사합니다.
Thank you, Jinol. And on behalf of my colleagues, I'd like to express my appreciation to all your efforts for our great teamwork and success for the Winter Youth Olympic Games in Gangwon. It was truly a games that really benefited from the legacy of Pyeongchang, and it was wonderful to see a lot of youth being able to compete in Olympic venues, and it was so exciting for them. They have truly expressed their enthusiasm. Thank you. Our next presentation is from Professor Jin Ju-yeon from the Department of Sports Science at the University of Seoul.
Good afternoon. This is Ju-yeon from University of Seoul in Korea. I'm very honored to make a presentation to all of you here, and I'd like to thank Korea Sport Promotion Foundation and Korea Paralympic Committee for giving me this great opportunity at the Seoul Olympic Legacy Forum. The title of my presentation is 1988 Seoul Paralympic Games and the Paralympic Movement, where it's been and where it's going. I'll briefly review core values of 1988 Seoul Paralympics and present 7 big achievements. I'll point out some challenges and finalize my presentation with future directions with some examples to overcome those challenges. During the first Seoul Olympic Legacy Forum in 2022, Dr. Michael Sheen talked about Seoul 1988, where Paralympic DNA began, through mainly global perspectives. So I will more focus on where the Paralympic movement has been and where it's going in Korea since 1988. I'd like to start my presentation with disclaimer. The content of this presentation does not represent the views of any government or organizations that support this forum, but is purely based on the opinions of the presenter. For those who don't know about the speaker, here is some information. I'm currently working as a professor in the Department of Sports Science at the University of Seoul, Korea. My overarching research goal is to promote health-enhancing physical activity for individuals with disabilities. Those are some of my international services. I was recently appointed in the Medical and Sports Science Committee by Asia Paralympic Committee, serving as a secretary and an Asia representative in the International Federation of Adapted Physical Activity. Also serving as a vice president of Asian Society of Adapted Physical Education and Exercise. In Korea, I'm involved in those committees of Korea Paralympic Committee, Special Olympics Korea, and Seoul Parasports Association. Luckily, I have had a chance to play and coach virtual basketball since 1998, and won 5 times championships and the national tournaments, and then earned an MVP award. The picture on the slide shows myself playing in a 3x3 inclusive virtual basketball tournament this year. Those 2 pictures tell us many things about the values and philosophies of 88 Seoul Paralympics. As you may know, the first picture is a poster containing the official emblem and mascot of 88 Paralympics. The emblem has evolved to the current version of Agitos through several redesigning processes. And the 2 bears were brothers tied by a rope to their leg, demonstrating brotherhood, guidance, and coexistent relationship between the Olympics and the Paralympics. Let's check the right picture. It was the first Paralympics held in the same city, in the same facilities, and in the same location for opening and closing ceremonies, with the Olympics and the Paralympics flags at the parallel positions at the very top in the dark area. The stadium was packed in, and this indicates that there were parallel attitudes and support between the Olympics and the Paralympics. Do you see the flower in the green field, made by human? That is the national flower of Korea, 무궁화, meaning eternal blossom that never fades. Just like the 무궁화, the legacy of Seoul Paralympics and the Paralympic movement continue with many achievements in Korea, as well as throughout the world. In my opinion, the number one achievement would be that we established the Korea Paralympic Committee in 2005 under the Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism that operates the Olympics and related sporting events in Korea. KPC serves as the headquarters in disseminating the Paralympic movement to different cities nationwide in Korea. And KPC is currently structured with 51 national sport federations and 17 regional branches, where 431 and 156 sub-organizations and branches were affiliated respectively at the city and the district levels. Korea has a strong track record for organizing major international events within the Paralympic movement. The 13th IPC General Assembly in 2007, the 2018 Paralympic Winter Games, and 2023 IPC Athlete Forum. The 22nd IPC General Assembly will be hosted by Korea again next year. Those endeavors have made very positive impacts on spreading out the Paralympic movement, just like the Seoul Declaration in 2007 to advance the rights of Paralympic athletes, achieve sporting excellence, promote values, and empower youth. The 88 Seoul Paralympics has made huge contributions to develop and expand many sporting events for individuals with disabilities at the national level. The success of holding the Summer Games set a cornerstone to launch National Winter Para Games in 2004 and National Youth Para Games in 2008. KPC runs parasports leagues in 5 sports: goalball, wheelchair rugby, wheelchair curling, bocce, and soccer. KPC has also supported many semi-professional sport teams since 2007 to build a solid financial foundation for athletes with disabilities. In addition, Korea continuously provides inclusive sporting environments to build up an inclusive community and society through parasports. All those efforts have improved public awareness of parasports, developed sport infrastructures in different cities, and nurtured outstanding and promising athletes in Korea. Icheon National Training Center is pretty well known around the world as it provides a cutting-edge training environment for athletes with disabilities. Since its initial opening in 2009, the training spaces have been expanded and renovated several times. As the home of Team Korea, it currently offers environments where 318 athletes in 19 sports can train simultaneously and provide world-level medical and sports science support. Last year, building another training center focusing on ocean parasports was proposed and discussed at a national conference. To expand the Paralympic movement in details and more systematically, the first national strategic plan for developing adaptive physical activity was developed and released in 2007. The overarching goal of the first strategic plan was to make 10% of entire disability population in Korea meets the regular physical activity guideline by 2012, and we made it 10.6%. The first strategic plan was released in 2023, and it targets 40% of physical activity participation rates by 2027. And I'm pretty positive on that goal, as you see in the graph indicating the increasing participation pattern resulted from National Physical Activity Surveillance System. In addition, the fourth plan has goals to extend the National Fitness Assessment Centers to 26 by 2027 and win medals in 2 and 10 sports and 26 and 28 Paralympic Games, respectively. As a legacy of 2018 Pyeongchang Winter Paralympic Games, Korea released plans in 2018 to build 150 Bandabi sports centers to increase the number of nationally certified sport instructors and to expand community-based physical activity programs for promoting leisure time physical activity of all people with disabilities. The Gomduri Sports Center opened in Seoul in 1995 as a legacy of 88 Seoul Paralympics, and the first Bandabi Center opened in 2022 as a follow-up. Since the 88 Seoul Paralympics, many researchers have made contributions to create and disseminate research evidence for improving athletic performance and promoting physical activity in different settings. In Korea, researchers established the Korean Society of Adaptive Physical Activity in 1990, and then they have hosted important international conferences several times afterwards. KPC also annually holds the International Parasport Science Seminar. Indeed, the amount of quality research evidence in disability sports is gradually increasing. Dr. Martin published the research trends in adaptive physical activity for the last decade this year in Adaptive Physical Activity Quality. That is a leading journal in the field. This study found research on related topics such as exercise physiology, classification, and coaching is increasing. Although we have achieved a lot since 1988 Seoul Paralympics, we also face some challenges to overcome. There have been much marketing efforts to spread out the Paralympic movement, but the media coverage is very limited still, and many people still don't know what the Paralympic movement is. We have ongoing controversies on the classification to arrange fair competitions, and the participation of female athletes is still relatively low. Unfair training opportunities and inaccessibility to sport equipment are easily uncovered in developing countries. We also hear inadequate voices of athletes outside of Western countries and are not sure about the future directions of We the 15 campaign. Lastly, we still need much more research efforts to better implement evidence-based training, coaching, and classification in Paralympics. We need to make ongoing efforts to raise awareness of diverse abilities, The roles of the national and regional agencies and organizations are important, but we want to see those efforts in more diverse community settings as well. I and my colleagues hosted a 5K inclusive marathon on campus 2 weeks ago, and about 300 people with and without disabilities enjoyed the event together without any barriers. Many of the participants incidentally learned runners with visual impairments run with a guide runner using a pedal on their wrist. We need to encourage females with disabilities to more participate in sports. As an example, KPC formed a female sport council in 2021, as shown in the second picture at the bottom, and provide regular workshops and sponsorships to motivate them to more actively participate in sports. In terms of providing training opportunities and equipment support, KPC would be a good example again. KPC has implemented dream programs to introduce winter sports to youth from countries without snow since 2011, so they can prepare for Winter Paralympics in the near future. A total of 245 participants from 28 developing countries experienced winter sports for the first time. The third picture illustrates the DREAM program. KPC has hosted the International Youth Sports Camp to develop fundamental skills in sports since 2015. And 463 individuals from 40 developing countries have participated in the program so far. KPC also provides sport equipment support to athletes in many developing countries. Listening to athletes and coaches from diverse regions would be necessary. We need many small versions of IPC Athletes Forum, like in the fourth picture, in different regions and cities over the world. The fifth picture, with the 15, is a very important campaign to emphasize inclusion through sports, but it may devalue high-performing athletes in some points. I truly support Widow 15 as a macro approach, but inclusion may not be everything in terms of achievement of athletes in Paralympics as a micro standpoint. There is a certain amount of research findings available, but still we need much more research endeavors on different topics to effectively improve training method, classification procedures, and athletic performance, as well as to better disseminate Paralympic movement. I'm looking forward to seeing more experimental, theory-based, and interdisciplinary research endeavors to answer a range of questions in Paralympics, because both disability and sports are very complicated concepts. I think this is the most sure way to better implement evidence-based practice in Paralympic Games. Thank you very much for your attention and the opportunity to present at this great conference again.
Thank you, Professor Jin, for your very insightful presentation. It actually provides a lot of insight on the Korean movement, so thanks for the information. Our next presenter, I actually have one title here for you, but I think there's actually 10 titles that you have. But I'll just read the title that's here. Senior Executive Board Member of the Japanese Olympic Committee, Mikako Kotani-san. But you do have 10 other titles, and I can't memorize them all. But if you don't say them, I'll say them after your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. Hello, everyone. My name is Mikako Kotani. I am an Olympian of artistic swimming. Thank you. I participated in 1988 Seoul Olympics, won 2 bronze medals, and I was also the flag bearer for the Japanese delegation as the first female in the Japanese Summer Olympic history. Thank you. So I am very, very excited and honored to be back to Seoul, where my dream came true, to present about Tokyo 2020 Legacy, which I took part as the sports director of the Games. So, first of all, I have to say thank you very much to all of you for supporting our Games, which took place under a very difficult situation with COVID. And I don't know if you are still here, but thank you very much for applying for the volunteers from overseas. We're sorry we had to limit the number of volunteers from overseas, but thank you very much for your love. And this morning, the Japanese student from Japan, Mr. Hara, did a great presentation about Tokyo 2020. So some of my presentation may be the same, but her strong point was the negative legacy from Tokyo 2020. I was, wow, that's strong. But that was not the result. She said the negative legacy was also the big chance to change or to learn. But I will try to touch up on the positive legacy of Tokyo 2020. And by the way, after Tokyo 2020 Games, the Japanese Olympic Committee easily reached more than 40% women on board. And it is a common sense for national federations in Japan to involve women. So there was a big change. Okay, now, the three basic concepts of the Tokyo 2020 Games were everyone's personal best, diversity and harmony, and passing on to the future. The management of the Games and various actions were based on these basic concepts. In particular, the aims of the Agenda 2020 were specifically reflected in the management of the Games. As a result, these are the key issues. I will not read each of one. Became the legacy of the Tokyo 2020 Games. My presentation will highlight the legacy brought about by Recommendation 4, one of the 40 recommendations of Agenda 2020 of IOC that has been largely reflected in the management of the Games, which actively promotes the maximum use of existing facilities and the utilization of temporary venues from the perspective of sustainability and long-term legacy. In order to make the existing facilities accessible to all, while maintaining their current appearance for the Tokyo 2020 Games, lighting and universal design facilities were refurbished and used as venues. A typical example of refurbishment is the Yoyogi National Stadium, which also was the venue for the Tokyo 1964 Games, and the architecture itself highly regarded, and there is a domestic movement to have it inscribed on the World Heritage List. The Yoyogi National Stadium has also been used continuously since then as a competition venue for basketball, breaking, which was added to the Paris 2024 Games. Furthermore, Yoyogi National Stadium was also the venue for wheelchair rugby at the Tokyo 2020 Paralympics, and continues to be used for wheelchair rugby. The Japanese wheelchair rugby team won a gold medal at the Paris 2024 Paralympic Games. And the parade was held in Shibuya Ward, where the Yoyogi National Stadium is located, marking the triumphant return of the team to the area. Next, 3 facilities were established to carry on the legacy of the Tokyo 2020 Games. In particular, the Ariake Urban Sports Park is a competition venue for urban sports such as skateboarding, 3x3 basketball, and bouldering, which were adapted as competitions from the Tokyo 2020 Games. And on October 12th this year, just only 10 days ago, in addition to the experience areas for these sports, An outdoor rope athletic and the venue was transformed into a sports and leisure complex with an outdoor ropes athletics and running stadium, cafe, a food mall, and a dog salon, in addition to a competition experience area. In addition, 6 permanent facilities were built as new competition venues for Tokyo 2020 Games, as Ms. Hara mentioned this morning. These are Tokyo Aquatic Center, where I still practice for my Masters World Championships, Ariake Arena, Umi no Mori Water Stadium, Canoe Slalom Center, Oi Hockey Venue, and Dream Island Park Archery Range, which are still being used for domestic and international competitions. Outside of the competition venues, the Harumi area, which served as athletes' village for the Tokyo 2020 Games, was developed after the Games, and the athletes' accommodation buildings were converted to general housing, and a primary school and libraries was also established. I had a nice visit the other day, recently. In March 2024, multifunction complex, which at the time of the Games functioned as a fitness center, recreation center, and other facilities to keep the athletes in good condition, was converted into a commercial facility to support the lives of the residents living on the former athlete village site. And on this ground floor, Team Japan 2020 Village was set up as a satellite of the Japan Olympic Museum, the JOC's Center of Excellence for the Olympic Movement, with the cooperation of JOC partner Mitsui Fudosan Corporation. The facility is a place where visitors can feel close to the legacy of the Games and Team Japan through exhibitions related to the Tokyo 2020 Games, and is also equipped with a restaurant and cafe with eating and drinking areas. Team Japan 2020 Village walls are signed by Olympians who have competed in or been involved with the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games, who have visited this facility, allowing visitors to feel the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games come to life. And during the Paris 2024 Olympic Games, JOC organized a public viewing event at this facility, which was broadcast live to the headquarters of the Japanese national team in Paris, inside the city of Sapporo, where they had the Winter Olympics before, and the Japan Olympic Museum. And to these areas, local residents were invited. As other topics of discussion, I would like to briefly touch on the Games assets that are not the hard legacy. Tokyo 2020 Games archive assets and legacy installations are displayed and stored at the various facilities in Japan for the benefit of the Olympic movement. And the JOC is responsible for the overall management. For example, many of the Tokyo 2020 Olympic and Paralympic Organizing Committee's document assets with accumulated know-how on Games management have been digitized and are being used by the organizing committee of the 2025 Tokyo World Championships of World Athletics and the organizing committee of the 2026 Aichi Nagoya Asian Games and 2025 World Deaflympics for Games management. Another representative sustainability-related activity at the Tokyo 2020 Games is the Podium for Everyone project. The Tokyo 2020 Games podium itself was the first Olympic podium made from recycled plastic collected from each household, which was donated to the alma maters of Olympic athletes for use after the Games. as an intangible Tokyo 2020 Games legacy. More than 70,000 volunteers participated in the Tokyo 2020 Games, and a volunteer culture in which everyone supports society is beginning to take root. Even after the postponement of the Games, some 80,000 volunteers from Japan and abroad participated in the Tokyo 2020 Games as the face of the Games. They were so great. They contributed dedicatedly to the support and management of athletes, officials, and the domestic and international media. As working as a sports director, being so tired and being in trouble with IOC or IF every day, these volunteers' smile just supported me every day. Thank you so much. Thank you to you. In addition, 83% of respondents to a questionnaire for volunteers conducted after the Tokyo 2020 Games stated that they would like to continue their sports volunteer activities in the future, and we are confident that this will lead to future international competitions being held in Japan. The legacy of the Tokyo 2020 Games, as described above, and the efforts of Tokyo 2020 Games to realize a safe and secure and sustainable games under the Corona disaster. It was used as a model for Tokyo 2020 in the Paris 2024 Games, such as, there are many, like cardboard beds in athletes' village, used plastic podium for medal ceremony, live digital engagement of athletes and families at the competition venue right after their competition, and men and female flag barrier together. And these will be passed on as for the future games. And also, the big point, the oath during the opening ceremony done by both male and female athletes together was delivered in 1988 in Seoul for the first time. And after 33 years, it was carried over to Tokyo 2020 because we wanted to make the games as gender equality as much as possible. And we took a lesson from Seoul, Korea. And it was also passed on to Paris. Also, to enhance diversity and inclusion, having Olympic and Paralympic Games together was very strong to change the society. And I believe, as Dr. Kim was explaining, having two together, Olympic and Paralympic together at the same city in a row, was started in 1988 here in Seoul as well. Thank you very much for the great start. Well, I'd like to conclude my presentation, but before ending, let me add one thing. There's lots of big legacy from 1988 Seoul Olympics to later Olympics, but on the other hand, I am fully involved with sports world like JOC, OCA, IOC, TOCOG, Nagano Olympic Committee, Bidding Committee, etc. Why do I do this? Why do I do this? That's because I felt the biggest happiness as an Olympian at Seoul Olympics in 1988, and felt desire and responsibility to pass this great moment and legacy to younger athletes to feel the same. So, my life itself, well, you are delivering a big legacy from Seoul Olympics, but I would like to say my life itself is a small, teeny bit, a small legacy itself. And I'm sure all the other participants of Seoul Olympics are feeling the same. So thank you very much, and thank you again for having me to such a special Seoul Olympic Legacy Forum. Thank you.
Thank you, Mikako-san. Actually, listening to her speak, I realized how humble she is. I don't know if you caught it when she was talking about the aquatic center, but she is actually still training at the Masters World level. She's competing at the Masters World Championship for artistic swimming. And I think I read in Asahi Shimbun that you're aiming for 4 gold medals next year in Singapore. So I don't know if it's true or not. Maybe we can confirm here, but she is still competing, ladies and gentlemen. Wish her good luck with a round of applause.
Thank you very much. I'm so pissed off that I missed the World Masters Games, which took place in Korea last year. There was a big competition in Korea. I missed that one, but I started trying for the World Masters Championships after Tokyo 2020 Games. You know why? Because I was so exhausted. I just spent all my energy, and I did not have any power to live without life goal. So I wanted to find something that will wake me up and encourage myself again, and that was to be back to competing. And I won 3 gold medals on the first year, and this year I got another gold, but I'm trying for 4 gold in Singapore next year. So that's why I brought my bathing suit here, trying to find time to go swimming to the Olympic swimming pool here in Seoul. Thank you for touching on that.
And why is being a sport director for the OCOG very exhausting? It's because you're responsible, in the case of Tokyo, for 33 sports. That's the equivalent of hosting 33 world championships or World Cups simultaneously at the same time, over 300 events. And so she was singularly responsible for that. So that's very exhausting as a sport director, I would say. And our last speaker today for this evening, thank you for staying with us. We're still very grateful that you're here. I'd like to introduce Mr. Anthony Lee, Director at the Singapore National Olympic Council, to speak about the first Youth Olympic Games.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Anthony Lee from the National Olympic Committee of Singapore. I attended the Seoul Olympic Legacy Forum in 2022 and would like to thank the Korean Sports Promotion Foundation for inviting me again. The agenda for my presentation is as follows: a brief introduction of the Singapore National Olympic Council, an overview of the Singapore 2010 Youth Olympic Games, and the legacy of these games. So the SNOC, which is the short form for the Singapore National Olympic Council, also functions as the Commonwealth Games Singapore. Why? Because we were a British colony once and we're still part of the Commonwealth. We are the national non-profit organization that coordinates the selection of Singapore athletes for competitions at the major games, such as the Olympic Games, the Asian Games, the Commonwealth Games, and the Southeast Asian Games. So we hope that through sports, we aim to promote peace, friendship, understanding in the world, to prevent conflict and resolve differences, to build a strong nation that promotes cultural tolerance and fair play in all aspects of human endeavor. Okay, what are our roles? It's to promote the general interest of sports in Singapore, protect the Olympic movement, encourage the development of high-performance sports and sports for all, educate and train sport administrators, promote Olympic education, fight against the use of substance and procedures according to the Olympic Charter, take action against any form of discrimination and violence in sports, and cooperate with government and non-government agencies to fulfill these objectives. The SNOC selects athletes and officials for the multi-sports games. This includes both the Summer and Winter Olympic Games and the Youth Olympic Games. Earlier this year, we participated in the Gangwon 2024 Winter Youth Olympic Games and the Paris 2024 Olympic Games. This is the contingent that represented Singapore at the Paris 2024 Olympic Games. We had 21 athletes in 10 sports: aquatics, swimming, athletics, badminton, canoeing, fencing, golf, rowing, sailing, shooting, and table tennis. Through the Olympic Games, we have won a total of 6 medals. Our best results were Joseph Schooling winning a gold medal in swimming at the Rio 2016 Games. Our latest medal was a bronze medal in kite foil at Paris 2024. These are some of the pictures of our medalists at the Olympic Games. Besides participating in games, we have also hosted games and events in Singapore. The biggest sports event that we have hosted was the 2010 Youth Olympic Games. During the bidding phase, our vision for the first Youth Olympic Games, or YOG, was a youth-focused games that had Olympism at its heart, with integrated sport, education, and cultural programs that exploit new media technologies to connect youth worldwide before, during, and after the Games to the Olympic movement and to one another. This was our proposition to the International Olympic Committee. The bidding for the 2010 Youth Olympic Games began in August 2007, to which 9 cities presented their candidature files. When the announcement was made on 21st February 2008, Singapore erupted with joy. Affirming Singapore's commitment to deliver a successful Games, our Prime Minister said, "We dare to dream. We work hard to pursue our dreams despite the odds, and now the dream will become a reality. So let us gear up for 2010. Let us welcome the world to Singapore and deliver an outstanding first edition of the YOG." The inaugural Youth Olympic Games was held in Singapore from 14 to 26 August 2010. 3,524 athletes took part in 24 sports, comprising 201 events. The mascots at the Games were Liuk, a lion cub, and Merli, a Merlion. These are the symbols of Singapore: the Lion City and the Merlion at our waterfront. So the big day has arrived, 14 August 2010. The opening ceremony was held at a floating platform to an audience of 25,000 and a worldwide telecast. These are some of the photographs of the performers, the spectators, and the Olympic flag making its entry to the ceremony. One key area to note that the YOG differed from the Olympic Games, as well as one of the considerations was to keep overall cost of hosting the Games down as far as possible. Yet to meet competition requirements, facilities had to be upgraded with the support of venue owners. Events took place at 11 pre-existing venues, 1 new venue for equestrian, and 6 temporary venues. 12 other venues were also set aside for training purpose. Besides the sports competition, one other important aspect is the culture and education program. Besides cultivating friendship, excellence, and respect, the athletes bonded through team activities and sharing sessions. With the competition in progress, we could sense the immense pride of the athletes representing their countries in the YOG. The teams were housed in the hostel at the Nanyang Technological University. The village square in the NTU was a hive of activities. It hosted the World Culture Village, featuring the history and cultures of the participating National Olympic Committees, performances, concerts, workshops, and chat with champions sessions. Friendship, excellence, and respect were personified at the Games with two notable instances, where the athletes would come together as one. In athletics, one athlete has just won the boys 400-meter race while another athlete has finished fourth with an injury and just missed out on a medal. The champion put on hold his victory celebrations and extended a helping hand to his injured opponent. At the Kallang Tennis Center, two players transformed the court into a dance floor for youthful exuberance. The YOG is an important games to inculcate values from young, a good initiative to kickstart an athlete's career on the world stage. To the winners, it is not just about winning, but character building. And to all athletes, it is a learning process that will enrich their experiences. There were concerted efforts to make the YOG relevant to the larger community with environment exhibitions, community walks, and sports initiations. This is the legacy of the YOG with 3 summer and 3 winter editions of the Games after the 2010 Singapore Youth Olympic Games. So to us, what did the YOG do? The YOG strengthened our sporting culture. The legacy to Singapore sports are in the form of volunteer development, the creation of the Singapore Olympic Foundation, the Singapore Youth Olympic Festival, and the Youth Sports Leader Camp. The YOG provided the impetus for us to have a national registry of volunteers. Prior to the YOG, volunteers were recruited by events. With this registry, information on upcoming events are shared in advance to the volunteers to sign up in the different areas that are of interest to them. Today, the volunteer movement, Team Nila, has a register of more than 10,000 volunteers. The Singapore Olympic Foundation was officially launched in Singapore on 22nd March 2010 as a legacy of the Games. The foundation's objective is the philanthropic movement in sports. Mr. Peter Lim, a businessman, has invested 10 million over 10 years to start the SOF Peter Lim Scholarship in 2010 to help young athletes from underprivileged backgrounds to achieve their sporting aspirations. We are into the second 10-year cycle of this commitment. After 2011, the high-performance component was added to ensure that our student athletes were able to get the necessary support for their competitions. Up to 2024, more than 4,000 student athletes have been awarded the scholarship. We are glad to say that our Olympic champion, Joseph Schooling, was a beneficiary of this scholarship. This was the awards ceremony this year where we invited Olympic swimming champion Anthony Irvin from the USA as a special guest to inspire our younger generation. The first Singapore Youth Olympic Festival, in short the SYOF, was also organized in 2010. Not just for elite athletes, this event reached out to many young athletes who did not have the opportunity to experience the benefits of competition. The Youth Sports Leader Camp started in 2013. By 2023, over 3,500 students between the age of 15 to 21 have participated in this youth leadership program. In 2019, our NOC friends from Southeast Asia and some Asian countries were invited to this camp. 138 youth participated in the activities to forge stronger bonds and nurture a future generation of leaders through sports. Our local sports hero, badminton Olympian Loh Kian Yew, made an appearance at the 2023 Youth Sports Leader Camp. This is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. And with the success of the first Youth Olympic Games, we've been able to maintain that momentum with the Winter Youth Olympic Games and other cities continuing to host those games. So it's a great opportunity for youth to also be involved as we try to spread the values of the Olympic movement and Olympicism. This marks the end of our presentations for today. We do have some time for questions, so if you do have any questions, please raise your hand, state your name and the organization or the school that you represent. It's the last opportunity for today to gain some knowledge from our speakers. So if you have any questions, please raise your hand. We do realize it's getting close to dinner and it's starting to get a little bit hot in here. It's very hot with these lights, I must say. But any questions from the audience? We have our question from Mr. Lee, our volunteer head from the 1988 Olympic Games in Seoul.
Hello, everybody. I'm Hyung-Young Lee, chairman of Seoul Olympic Volunteers. I do volunteer Summer and Winter Asian Games, Summer and Winter Olympic Games, and Summer and Winter Paralympic Games for over 30 years. My speech is not question, only suggestion. I think we have two kinds of legacies. The one is visible and the another one is invisible. Almost of cities and speakers talked about visible, like Olympic Park building and the effort of economics. Why don't you say about invisible? My suggestion is let's speak and study more about invisible legacies, like the eternity of Olympic spirit and the expansion of volunteerism. Every time when closing ceremony, they say, thank you for volunteers. That's it. My suggestion of example is make a connection of volunteers organization between Olympic cities. That's a good idea between the Olympic cities and expand of volunteerism and a nice operation of the every big games. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your very insightful question. It's also something that the IOC has been thinking about because for every Olympic Games and every Winter Olympic Games and Youth Olympic Games, we have a sea of very passionate volunteers that have dedicated their time to contribute to the Olympic movement, and it's very important to try to maintain some of that connection. As we know that volunteers who participate in the Olympic Games are in and of themselves very passionate people about sport and very passionate about the Olympic Games and the movement. So I will take your suggestion back to the IOC. I have a call with them actually tomorrow, so I will take that back. So thank you for that insightful comment. We have another comment here, yes? Yes?
Thank you. I just wanted to comment one thing that I'm so thrilled to meet you, Mr. Lee, and I would like to say thank you very much from my heart for taking a lead for the volunteers for 1988 because the moment I met the volunteer here in Seoul, I knew I could get the medals because we as a Japanese athlete, we were imagining all negative things. I was very, where am I standing? I was very worried that we may not get any support or help or claps in Korea because of all the negative media release. But as soon as we arrived, the gentleman, the volunteer gentleman who was with us as a Japanese team was so happy, smiling gentleman. Every time when I finish my practice, he's like, "Are you okay? Do you need everything? Do you want to go anything? Do you want to eat anything? I can do anything for you." Every time with big smile. And that conversation and a relationship with a volunteer gave us such a confidence we can do this. We were welcomed by Korean people. So that made my life as an Olympian. So I would like to say thank you again.
And as we all know in the Olympic movement, that's really what it's all about, the unity within the diversity, people coming together, the power of sport, and the Olympic values, which are so important, friendship, excellence, and respect. We know that everyone who has passionate about sport, passionate about the Olympic movement, is really there to make the world a better place through sport. And it takes a lot to come together, and the unity that we feel at the Olympic Games is what is contagious, and that's why you're all here to study more about sports, the Olympic movement. We know that you are all so passionate. And for the students out there, I know this is, it may sound sometimes distant, but it's such an important part of the Olympic movement. It's very difficult to put on paper, but the feeling of the passion of the people involved, no words can describe that passionate feeling. So we're actually running out of time. We see on the clock there's 3 minutes. We have a time for a very short comment, if you would like. Very short.
고단이さん, どうもご苦労さん. When I have a question, sports facility is very, very much important for the legacy. So you told 1964 Tokyo Summer Olympic Games, Yoyogi, also used 2020 in Summer Olympic Games. As I know, in 1972 Sapporo Winter Olympic Games, still they use sports facility about 4 times Winter Asian Game in Sapporo. Also 1988 in Nagano, they have a M-Wave 400-meter indoor speed skating, also a big hat in the figure skating facility, but still they use it. So this is one of a very important for the legacy for the sports. So when I ask you, this who pay for the renovation and operation by local government or central government? Renovation and operation.
Thank you for the question. Let me clarify your question. You're asking where the budget for the innovation comes from for the venues?
Yes, correct.
Please let me fix if I'm saying something wrong. He's a staff from Jersey. But as long as I understand, having the Tokyo Olympics, 2020 Olympics, was a good chance to get money from the government for the venues. Like for the equestrian park, the Baji Koen was beautiful, one of the best venue for equestrians. The JRA wanted to refurbish the park, but did not have enough money. But because of the Tokyo Olympics, the government paid, I don't know, half or more, but together they could make it happen to renovate. So I think same things have been happening to other venues, cooperating with the government money and the original budget, plus could make renovation. Am I correct? 政府だけじゃなくて、政府の予算を足して維持してるっていうことであってますよね。はいはい。And the city, yeah, of course, the Tokyo Metropolitan Government, who have a lot of money.
Okay, on the clock, I see we have 32 seconds left until this session ends. Unless we have any other burning questions in the audience, I think we can close this session. If you do have any additional questions, please feel free to find any of our speakers, also from session 2 as well. They're more than happy to answer any questions that you may have, more than happy to transfer any knowledge and share with you lessons learned from each of their very powerful Olympic experiences. Thank you today for the sessions today, for participating. We know it's been a long day. We hope that you enjoyed the dinner. Thank you to our speakers from both session 2 and session 3. And we hope you enjoy and please participate very actively in the sessions for tomorrow. Thank you. 감사합니다. 오스카라사마 되시다.
Thank you very much. Another warm round of applause to our speakers for their exceptional contribution. Thank you very much. Yes, your efforts have made the opening a resounding success, as we greatly appreciate your commitment to fostering meaningful dialogue and collaboration. Thank you for your insights, and now you may get back to your seats. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, we conclude day 1 of the Seoul Olympic Legacy Forum 2024. We extend our gratitude to all the participants for their active engagement throughout the forum and insightful contribution. So as an MC of the events, I have thoroughly enjoyed my role very much, and I eagerly look forward to reconvening with all of you at 9 a.m. tomorrow in this very same venue. Thank you very much once again. I'll safe trip back home. See you tomorrow. Thank you very much.